Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Yes, hello and good evening, everyone. Corrupt should be joining us shortly.
And I'm your host / Time Lord Wannabe, the Brainstormer of Pop Culture. How is everybody doing tonight?
Well, I appear to be fine. I don't know about the audience that we have yet to have.
True. So, we're finally getting back into the swing of things. Everything else, last couple of days have been crazy for us because we've had to do a few different shows.
It's been kind of an interesting setup. We've had basically an entire week's worth of content in the last 3 days. Yay.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, it was I wouldn't say it was a pain in the ass to look for stuff, but it was difficult because we did find actually a lot of good stuff to cover, but we had to kind of make some choices.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna cover this one first. Let me Chrome tab. I think this was one you sent to me, Dalton.
I believe it was, yes.
Yeah. Grown bros are upset over Brie Larson holding Thor's hammer. And this is on a website called god.daily.com. Okay. Okay.
That title already suggests that people are living in this woman's head without rent.
Lindsay Wheatston.
All right, Lindsay. What do you have?
Is there anything Brie Larson can do without people crying about it? That question was put to the test when Captain Marvel actress posted a casual photo of herself holding the prop of Thor hammer's Mjolnir on her Instagram. This one in general.
Well, my darling, if Brie Larson can do anything without being a snide, condescending bitch, then you will find that people who find her annoying disappear into the ether. But as it stands, as she makes everything into a statement, yes, queen, no, you're going to get backlash because she is a condescending bitch. That's how this works. If you are a public figure and you're a condescending bitch in public to a mass of people, at least some percentage of that mass of people are going to get shitty with you for being a condescending bitch. Especially if you consider that condescending bitchiness to be a moral affectation.
Wait, hey, Dalton, I don't know if this is... this might be just on my end, but yeah, you went a little robot there.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think you still are.
Is it better?
Still kind of glitchy. I don't. Again, it's might just be on my side. I don't know if people are picking it up on stream or not.
That's a good question. I don't know, but yeah,
You're back.
if
You're
you
good now.
if you make a career, love, of being a condescending bitch for ideologically and morally motivated reasons, no less, at least a significant proportion of the people who you choose to make that career of are going to be shitty with you for being a condescending bitch for little more than moral posturing and thinking you're in the right to do so. This is a simple fact of the internet.
Okay. Don, you are both going robot and glitching out.
Well, shit. This is fucking annoying.
I mean, yeah, to kind of sum up everything Don said, what I'm going to guess, because everything I've heard you say so far is basically Brie Larson is, anytime she ever posts something or talks on like a show or something, it comes off as snide and she always has to be trying to be moralizing and stuff, and she doesn't focus on just I don't know, being an actual person, more of a figurehead and kind of actually I think that's all I got.
Yeah. She makes a career of being a condescending bitch, and then she whines when people treat her as a condescending bitch.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, you weren't as bad this time, but could you try again just to make sure?
Alrighty. Is this okay-ish?
Yeah, you're good. You're good now.
Okay. Yeah, I think I was just too far away from the fucking mic.
Not to be whatever, but I told you I could lift it. She captioned the photo. And how does that not come off as a condescending bitch?
Yeah, you're essentially saying you're better or equal to Chris Hemsworth, Thor, and also Cap. And sweetheart, you're not Cap. I know you want to be Cap. You even call yourself Captain Marvel, but you ain't Cap. Deal with it. You're not the next Cap. You're not the substitute for Cap, and you're certainly no Thor. Love. Thor and Cap both had storylines that involve learning to become more human and less condescendingly arrogant. This is the fundamental problem I have with Captain Marvel's character arc as it sits in the MCU.
What character arc?
Well, I'm gonna get into it. Every other character's arc is about becoming less of a terrible shit. Her character arc is about embracing that arrogance, that cockiness, and that terrible shitness. Other heroes' character arcs are about being humbled. Her character arc is about being exalted. And that works for a character like Captain America because he was in a weak and non-privileged position to begin with. However, her only weakness or non-privilegedness is my woman card. And sorry, but Black Widow didn't come in here whining about my privilege. And in fact, if anything, she has more of a claim on my woman card than you do, Brie Larson, because Scarlett Johansson's character, as we saw in Age of Ultron, is sterilized, and therefore she is worried that she will never have a family or have a stable romantic relationship as a result of that. So yeah, even though she could have easily made that a victim card, she didn't. Why? Because Black Widow is a badass, and she has more badass things to do than whine about my victimhood.
Well, plus she also does technically find a family with the Avengers.
Yes, and the whole Hawkeye thing in Endgame was one of its best moments.
Oh god
Which
damn!
isn't
I,
saying
I
much considering I really didn't like that movie, but
it has
that
good
be
moments in it. The movie
be that as
overall
it
is
may,
bad,
yeah.
but god damn that moment, that Black Widow moment to get the Soul Stone, Jesus!
Yep.
I legitimately almost cried.
Yep. And I'm glad that she is getting her own movie now, and I hope it makes like double what Captain Marvel made, so people will learn it's not enough to simply be a woman. You have to actually have, an
Well,
internal life and skills and merits and things.
okay, so that's see. Oh boy. I don't know if I told you this, Dom, but the writer, I think the writer who does the who rewrote the script was about might be an SJW or something like that.
Yes, you mentioned she was a little bit too feministy, but hopefully Scarlett Johansson can even things out and all will be good. Because ScarJo appears to understand the whole concept of earning your value rather than just expecting it to be given to you.
But the fact that you're undermining the whole character journey of, with the hammer, with Thor and stuff, by saying not to be whatever, but told you I could lift it thing, again, it's pretty condescending, and also, it just doesn't seem genuine.
Yes, and also, love, can you say any sentence without coming off as the bitchy valley girl from Mean Girls? Can you do that for me? Because if you can do that for me, we might actually be a few steps closer to you being a functional character and a functional actor. But if you can't do that, and every word out of your mouth has to come across as the bitchy girl from Mean Girls, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to side with the internet hate mob on this one.
Honestly, I don't really care. I think she's a horrible actress. Her character is horrible, and she will not be getting any more money. So, kind of.
Yeah, no, of all the things I am excited for in the future of the MCU, Captain Marvel is not one of them.
So, all in all, I boil it down to fuck you, Brie Larson.
Yes,
The only
definitely that.
the only character she ever played well was in Scott Pilgrim, and the character she played in there was a bitch.
Oh, that's right. She was the female X, wasn't she?
Yep, Envy Adams.
It's telling that her most famous and well played role is probably a villain.
I mean, I will give it to Brie Larson though; she can sing, but not really act that much, unfortunately.
Yes, just go away and become the next Kelly Clarkson, please.
Okay, pretty innocuous, right? Wait, is that how you spell innocuous?
Yes, that's how you say it.
And definition of innocuous is God, I can't remember the definition.
Inoffensive, unobtrusive, or just benign, basically.
All right. She's
But benign in an overlookable or irrelevant way, basically, is what innocuous means.
yeah. Hey, Dalton, could you went a little more, but again, I could understand what you're saying. It's just you went
Am I
dubstep.
echoing? Am I echoing too much? All right. How's this?
One more time.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yeah, you're good. You're good now. Okay, but okay, so back, pretty innocuous, right? She's certainly not the only Marvel actor to have posed for a photo while holding the hammer, which in the comic series can only be lifted by those deemed worthy.
Yes, okay, but here's your problem. This is the exact crux of the problem. It's not her taking the picture that is the problem. It is number one, that condescending look on her face, as though she is entitled to lift a thing that is only liftable by the worthy and a god. But also the contemptible, I told you so remark there. The not to be whatever, but I told you I could lift it. That is the part that everyone is taking an issue with. Because again, the majority of the heroes' journeys in the MCU are about arrogant motherfuckers being taken down a peg and learning humility as a result of that. But Brie Larson and Captain Marvel's character arc is about a poor put upon woman who just needs to learn how badass she already is and how she doesn't need to prove anything to anyone.
You know what I would have done for a cat? You know what? I legitimately thought after I saw my Captain Marvel of doing a rewrite.
Please make this better, I dare you.
Well, one thing I wouldn't cast Brie Larson because I don't think she. I mean, no offense to Brie Larson. I do. I'm not trying to be offensive to Brie Larson. I'm not trying to like insult her or anything. Yes, she can be a bitch sometimes, but in her craft and as a character, I don't think she has the kind of presence that other actors have, even like the side characters have.
No, she only gets where she gets because for some reason Oscar bait people tend to like her.
I mean,
But
I've heard like one movie that she was of a good movie she was in. I can't remember what it was called. It was basically like she was trapped in a room with like a child she had.
it was called Room,
No,
and it was the one where all the Oscar caliber critics jizzed themselves over it.
is it good?
I thought it was extremely pretentious Oscar bait schlock, but that's just me and my
Well, okay.
Oscar bait.
My question is, was Brie Larson good?
She was okay. She was fine. Like there were no oh my god, what the hell am I watching moments like there are with her and Captain Marvel. But
Okay, so yeah, it's just I don't think she has the kind of acting presence that the others have in the MCU.
yeah, if I were to cast Captain Marvel, I would have gone with the person they originally asked, which was Ronda Rousey, or
I
I
don't
would
think. Okay, again, I'm going to be honest. I don't think Ronda Rousey has the acting chops.
and it's possible not, but then again, look at Batista and of course The Rock. So you
I've
know,
heard her voice acting Sonya Cage, not Sonya
well,
Blade.
but to be fair, voice acting is significantly more different than regular acting in a lot of ways, and in a
I
lot of
don't know.
ways,
I
voice
feel like
acting is harder.
well, okay, Ronda Rousey or
Failing her, there's an actress named Rebecca Romaine that I like, and I didn't realize this until just recently when I was watching reruns of Librarians, but she played basically every aspect that she would need to play for Captain Marvel in the course of the Librarians when she played Colonel Eve Baird.
like, how do you spell Romaine?
I believe it's Romain, I believe, or it might just be Romin.
It's Romijn. J is silent.
Hmm.
I think.
Yeah, but yeah, she was excellent as Colonel Baird, and basically she would all she needed to do is play the same character, but as an Air Force pilot rather than ex-military this time.
I remember some people saying Emily Blunt could play Captain Marvel.
No, because okay, the problem that people appear to be having with casting Captain Marvel is Captain Marvel is a tough chick. She's not upper class. She's not a model. She, she essentially you should you should play Captain Marvel in the same way as you would play Laurie Strode in the newest Halloween um or Ellen Ripley or Sarah Connor. Those
Okay.
are the kind of those that's the kind of Captain Marvel archetype that Marvel tends to go for, especially in modern times. So you need someone who can convey that kind of grit and toughness and take no shit from nobody, no nonsense person, rather than the woman with all the frills and the upper crust attitude. I think Emily Blunt is too, and I don't mean this to be quote unquote racist against British people, but I think she's too British to play Captain Marvel.
I think basically what you're saying is that she has that too much regalness in her kind of personality.
Captain Marvel shouldn't really be regal. She should be earthy and kind of a badass.
Funny enough, on a list, she is number 3 on who would be a good Captain Marvel. Jennifer Lawrence is right under her.
Oh, fuck you. This is the problem. Captain Marvel should never be self-important. Stop casting self-important bitches to play Captain Marvel.
Okay, what about Charlize Theron?
She's too graceful and classically pretty. And also, again, with the British thing.
She's British?
I think so. If not, she's excellent at constantly affecting a British accent. Because every movie that I remember seeing her in, she had a British accent in.
She played in Mad Max Fury Road. She was...
And she was also the evil queen / Ravenna in the Snow White and Huntsman movies. Which she was the best part of, easily.
But either way, back to the whole thing about me rewriting Captain Marvel, and then we'll get back to the actual article. I would, if anything, it would be about the theme of going against the collective and being an individual with being an individual.
You'd tell a story with a woman that it revolves around individualism? Gasp, shock, horror, sir. Gasp, shock, horror. Women must be collectives. Whoa.
And to that, I say, go to the people who do say that. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I was being sarcastic, but only because there are so many fucking feminists that believe in the sisterhood or the universal concept of femininity.
Well, the way they portrayed the Krees in the movie, in fact, I wouldn't say they're space Nazis or anything, but
it's a very militaristic for the collective attitude, so it makes sense.
Yeah, so it would be about individualism, and I think the theme is in there, but it's muddled with all the feminist crap.
Yeah, because you basically have her, instead of defining your identity by the creed, define your identity by womanhood. Damn you.
But, knowing me, I'd probably make it a character journey of self-discovery and, obviously, becoming an individual.
So you'd make it just like every other fucking hero's journey, just happening to a woman.
Yeah, pretty much.
In other words, you do the exact opposite of what they fucking did in Captain Marvel.
Well, I'd actually treat her like a fucking character, so...
Yeah.
If anything, it'd be an introspective journey of her finding herself. Like, rediscovering herself.
That would certainly be a more substantive thing than what we actually got in the movie.
I should make that just a show on here where I live talk about me doing rewrites and stuff, and maybe I'll get chatter and stuff giving me ideas.
It would be an interesting story. But anyway.
But I was also, before we move on, I was going to say that I actually have never seen any other Marvel actors who have held the hammer, and if they did, I'm sure, I'm going to actually pull that up. Just so we're not because I feel like if any feminists will ever watch this, if they ever do, and we don't bring
Although,
up.
if any feminist ever watches our show, they're going to have head exploded a long time ago by all the times we've deconstructed the Mary Sue's bullshit.
Right. Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I feel like if I don't bring up like examples of different Marvel actors who have pictures of themselves holding the Thor's hammer.
Yeah, we'll get a bunch of people saying that we're uncharitable intellectually or whatever. So
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Okay, so just so we have that up, it's just I feel like the other actors just, well, one thing, it's more of a joke, and I feel like Brie Larson was attempting to be funny and witty, but I think it fails on the level that
Here's your problem, Brie Larson. The vast majority of your humor is aren't I so awesome, asterisk, but am I not also so humble and befuddled for being such a badass? That's like 90% of your humor. And condescension, my lovely, only works when you are dealing with someone who is a dickhead. So for your humor to be consistently funny in the way that you want it to be, every person you ever interact with would have to be a remorseless dickhead. The problem, of course, is that most of the people you interact with and are around in regular bases when it comes to these Marvel movies are more likable, down to earth, and relatable than you. So going for the condescending badass telling it like it is route with you, love, is not going to work. Sorry. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I am the authenticator and it is my job to be straight up when it comes to evaluating things. And you have been weighed, measured, and found wanting. Brie Larson.
there's one photo I was able to find.
I can't really see it. What is that?
Loki holding Thor's hammer and Cap shield. Tom Hiddleston just being a goofball on the
Well,
first Avengers.
okay. Yeah, and Tom Hiddleston is supposed to be the villainous trickster god. Do you see the problem, Brie Larson?
Yeah, he's just Tom Hiddleston's being a lovable goofball.
He's being a lovable goofball, and he's also being a jokey trickster because he's supposed to be playing the trickster god.
Right.
You, on the other hand, Brie Larson, are supposed to be playing the stalwart hero, but you always speak as though you're trying to condescend and one up people. Was that the end of the article, or
No, again, I'm just like,
pulling it back up?
yeah. Well, I'm also pulling up another photo just so we have more context, not just with Tom Hiddleston's Loki, because I don't know, I feel sometimes he might get a pass from SJWs or something, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's Jeremy Renner on the set of Avengers holding Thor's hammer.
Now, question: did he make a statement about it, or did he just?
This is behind the scenes photos.
Mhm.
But I think
But
it's those,
I mean, like, did he post this on Twitter one day and be like, "See, see,
Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
You you entirely glitched out there, man.
Oh, damn. Uh, what I mean is, did he post a thing on Twitter and be like, "See, I can lift the hammer too," wink, wink.
No, not that I know of.
Yeah. So not the same.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. But yeah, I think our point stands that a lot of the other actors who've done it, it's just for jokes and like they're just having fun on set and stuff. Brie Larson, Brie Larson did this, and honestly, if she hadn't done, if she hadn't said this to be a condescending jackass, I would have been fine with the picture.
Yeah. Although I will say the "I told you so" smirk on her face, not helping either.
Yeah, I will agree to that. But again, like, I wouldn't think it's really worth covering if it's just the picture itself.
Eh, I'm sure she still would have gotten backlash because Brie Larson is supremely unlikable.
Right.
Um,
I'm just speaking for myself, to be honest.
yeah, if fair enough. But the adding the "I told you so" head bob thing is just not helping. Very, very much not helping.
Okay. So let's continue on because it's more to the article. But as many women in the geek community spotlight have learned, they can't do much of anything without random bros losing their minds over it. And this just became about gender. Great.
Here's your problem. Geek girls, as in genuine ones who don't make everything a means to an end battle about feminism, just continue being geeks. And in the process of continuing to be geeks, they don't upset anyone because A, it's genuine geekery, and B, they don't make themselves a target or a nuisance or a victim of anything. Most women who are geeks don't make themselves victims of geek culture, and as a result of not making themselves victims of geek culture, there is no incentive for anyone to make them victims of geek culture. However, when you have someone erroneously claim victimhood after just showing up for the first 5 minutes of their time in geek culture, you piss a lot of people off because in geek culture, honestly, there's an assumption that basically everyone in geek culture has kind of been victimized and chat on at one point or another, because that's a large part of what being a geek is. Large part of being a geek is having to defend your hobbies and interests to the hilt because people are a bunch of dickheads. And in that way, it's not special to be a victim in geek culture. More to the point, we prefer to just kind of ignore victimhood as and when it happens and focus on things like competence, merit, and expertise and passion. If you can't show up with competence, merit, expertise, and passion, then people are going to razz you because we are a very competent, merit, and expertise driven community. And we get very, very passionate about that. See?
Wow. There are. Alright, so we got a couple of tweets here for reference. One from I have nothing to prove to you at Brie Larson HQ2. Brie Larson posting a picture of herself holding Mjolnir prop despite knowing she's gonna make some men pissed is a big bad bitch energy. That makes no sense.
Yeah, no. I'm well aware that you probably cherry picked your least favorite of these to make it seem more vile than it actually is, but
No, that's
even
I think that's someone in support of Brie Larson.
yeah,
Not the writer of the article, but the tweet itself.
right.
And in the picture of the tweet, it has people on Instagram who are against, are like they don't like the picture.
Yeah.
Connor, Leon, Michael, it's not for you to decide. G. Hornby, I'm sorry, but what makes Captain Marvel worthy? Yeah, she's powerful, but just because Brie said she could lift it doesn't mean she actually can. That's another thing, is that Brie Larson keeps talking about how Captain Marvel is the strongest Avenger. She's not, on the fact that Thanos kicked her ass in Endgame, and she wasn't even in Endgame the whole time. And that actually brings up an interesting thing, a little sidebar, still related to Captain Marvel, but still. is that someone did an edit to remove Captain Marvel from Endgame.
And it didn't really change the running time by much.
Yeah, it's a weird thing just on the fact that Captain Marvel isn't even in the movie at all, mostly. And she shows up in the beginning. She shows up a little bit. Well, no, she's still. It's really just the beginning, and then shows up at the end.
The reason why she's not there very much is because they made her too much of a Mary Sue, and they know that if they introduce her to be consistent with what they had in Captain Marvel, they have to make her basically end the fight to begin with.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it. I feel like I should be writing a lot of these. I feel like I should be writing Spider-Man and Captain Marvel movies. I'm not a big fan of Captain Marvel, but I'll do my research and learn a lot about the character and stuff. The older stuff, not the newer stuff of Captain
Yeah,
Marvel.
and that's why you would already be a better writer of these, because so many people have absolutely no conception of these characters, and yet they feel preordained, destined to write them.
Well, okay. The thing is, though, is that I would stick with the basic stuff of Carol Danvers, like from her original appearance and stuff. But I would be willing to take some liberties with certain things, just to build up her character.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I would keep that foundation that was made for her in the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mia. I hope one day to eliminate all dude bros. And another picture with screen capped responses to the photo. Imran is lit. XD. Thor is stronger. Atrocious. It's funny because she can't. And Swastika Shawarma. And now you've finally taken it too far, Brie. No, wait, Swastik. My bad.
Yeah.
Swastik Shawarma. Yeah. Sorry, I mispronounced. Text is so tiny; it's hard to really read.
Yeah. But that being said, lifting Thor's hammer isn't about power; it's about worthiness. So, are you saying that on top of being the strongest Avenger, she is also morally perfect and worthy enough to wield Mjolnir? Because if you are also saying that, then you are essentially saying that she is not but a Mary Sue. Because she has as much power as can be realistically expected for her to have, and she is also morally perfect, and she didn't need to go through the character building, fall from grace and return to grace that other characters did. She went through the Captain America arc, which again works if the character demonstrates themselves to be A, morally perfect enough to do so, and B, downtrodden in some way. But she wasn't downtrodden. The only downtroddenness she had was her woman card. And speaking for most of the non-feminist, anti-feminist, and just egalitarians in the world, if you're not a feminist, the woman card doesn't really mean shit. Because we acknowledge that women are not victims as a class or a demographic.
Right. You know what? I want to do a little brainstorming up a scene for Captain Marvel with Captain. And keep in mind, I might. If people really want me to, I will. I will do a rewrite. Just let me know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's going to be the death of me, honestly. I try to do that. Because I would have to throw out everything in the movie and do my own little version then.
Yeah.
But, okay. One scene. The scene I would do is basically. Well, also, keep in mind that Captain Marvel meets Thor after his hammer's broken and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't know how this would work. Okay, let's just out of context. Let's just go with this scene. No context of the MCU. Captain Marvel. She sees Thor's hammer sitting there, right? She kind of uh, she kind of arrogantly smirks to herself, knowing that thinking she'll be able to lift it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then she walks up to it, like kind of saunters up to it in a proudful way.
Yeah.
She puts her hand around it, and she looks at it, and then like she doesn't like. She then just kind of lets go of it before she even tries to lift it, with like just worry across her face because I think deep down she knows she's not. She knows that she's an arrogant kind of. She
Yeah,
knows she's arrogant.
especially because arrogance was exactly what led to Thor not being able to lift the fucker.
And she just walks away. She just walks away from the hammer, going about her day, going on with her day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much the scene itself. But yeah, no, it's just it's a. I think there's actually a lot you can do because I don't really think they've touched on like. I mean, they have superheroes that have military backgrounds, and I don't think they focus too much on the superhero part than them actually being soldiers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In the MCU is what I mean.
Yeah.
And I think Carol could have been an interesting point with also her being that movie being set in the 90s and how military has kind of changed from the 90s to kind of modern day.
Hmm.
I know that actually could go a social justice warrior route, so I don't.
Well, but if you don't do that with it, then it won't. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could do comparisons between how the Kree military works and how different it is from like the human American military.
yeah.
But yeah, okay. So going back to this, the last. Wait, I think. No, never mind. Well, actually, that. But last one here, and I had to bring up the original post on Twitter, which we'll look at quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Ashlyn, first LGBT cap. That Twitter handle, not gonna, not important.
Yeah. That just needs time to settle in all by itself. Yeah.
Adult men are really out here getting pressed about Brie Larson holding a fucking prop at Natalie Portman for saying it's her hammer. This world is hilarious sometimes.
Well, why did she feel the need to play victim over the hammer in the first place? Like
Well, did she?
I'm all for condemning the outrage culture and all that jazz, but if you're gonna condemn outrage, then you have to see it when it occurs on both sides. See?
Right, okay, let me pull up because there are photos and well, just one I couldn't see or make out what was on it. So yeah, okay. So that is the caption photo she had of like some of the stuff within it. Michael B. Jordan, crying, laughing, and Natalie Portman. Hey, muscles, easy with my hammer. Okay, it's not really anything to be honest.
What now?
That's what it said on Instagram where the photo is. Michael B. Jordan and Natalie Portman responded to Natalie Portman, not Natalie Portman's, Brie Larson's photo with the hammer.
Hmm.
Not really anything there. I just figured we needed to see the whole thing about the post and all.
Context.
Yeah. Let me pull up the article again. Some guy whose screen name starts with something that is very close to being swastika. Jesus Christ. It's not, though.
Yeah. No.
Alright. Swastika thinks that Brie Larson has gone too far with her hammer holding. Probably safe to say that they're not taking the news that Jane Foster will be the next to wield Mjolnir in the movies.
Actually, you can't infer that from this image. It could just be they don't like Carol Danvers / Captain Marvel as a character, or don't like Brie Larson as an actor.
Right.
But it's very interesting you jumped to the whole collective assumption, isn't it?
You know what's funny is that Mjolnir was destroyed and was a instrument to conduit Thor's power. So how the hell would Jane even become Thor?
That is the fundamental question of the MCU, isn't it? Because there is no storm god this time inside the hammer. The power flows directly from Thor, which incidentally is why he's less powerful when he splits his energy between Mjolnir and Stormbreaker in Infinity War, because he has a limited amount of power and he's splitting it between two conduits as opposed to one.
Yeah. Well, that explains why he got his ass kicked by Thanos.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that and also he was kind of fat and out of shape.
That and the whole depressed eater Thor, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, now after mulling over Fat Thor, or Thorbowski as I called him,
Mm-hmm.
it does kind of make more sense.
Yeah, but it's still a sad, pathetic way to end his character arc.
Yeah. I actually tried to do an edit where I showed Batman's depression. Granted, he was working out, but there was also because that there was a mission needed. So
Yeah, and also the thing that really doesn't make logical sense with Thor is the Aesir, his pantheon, are a bunch of fucking party gods who drink and have sex and all that shit like nonstop as it is. So you're telling me that in the thousands of years since ancient Nordic times, Thor's been sitting in Valhalla drinking, and he's not been fat at all.
well, to be fair, he did go out fighting a lot, so he kept himself very, very. It was a good balance between the whole drinking and eating stuff while also exercising.
Right, I suppose, but what I mean is hundreds of thousands of thousands of years of
He's 1600. He's 1600 years old.
yeah, brodom in Asgard, and he looks fine. But 5 years on human food, bearing in mind he has a god's metabolism and is functionally immortal, somehow turns him into that. I'm sorry, but I call bullshit.
Yeah, probably. Look, the more we try to think about why there are so many plot holes and stuff in Avengers Endgame, the more our heads are gonna hurt.
Well, more like the more our blood is going to boil in my case, because
Well,
just
I think the only time my head hurts with the plot holes is the time travel thing. But I said it before. Time travel for me is hard times.
because they didn't take the time to actually work out how their time travel system works.
I've only in only one story I've written time travel. It's well, to be honest, I didn't even explain it that well myself.
Yeah, time travel's hard.
All in all, my idea would be for time travel is the fact that you okay when you travel back in time, you technically do a splitting off. You can't go back to the time you know because that time doesn't technically exist anymore.
Hmm.
So you're basically this kind of paradox at the moment,
Hmm.
a living paradox that time isn't correcting because that timeline doesn't technically exist anymore.
I prefer the notion of you're only being allowed to travel back in time because time needs you to, because you already
Don't
have.
don't you're glitching again, bud.
Ah, of course, right when I'm explaining something complex about temporal logic, does it bitch out? What what I
Daltontron, everyone.
what I said was I
What the?
prefer the you only are allowed to travel back in time because time requires you to, because you already have. It's a preset or predestined thing, i.e. you can only create the time you come from, because the time you come from is one that already factored you into things, essentially.
For the record, you do sound better now.
Huzzah. Yeah, but that's how I prefer time travel to work. Not that you can actually change the future, but that you are a factor in history that you go back to.
Again, man, time travel hurts my brain.
Yeah, temporal logic. Don't look too long into the abyss.
The fact is that they tried to incorporate all the ideas of time travel.
And they did not a single one successfully.
I mean, again, time travel. There's always going to be logic. Logic.
Yeah, there's always going to be logic holes, but that being said, you could have picked one and stuck with it, or found a way to weave them all together that makes more logically consistent sense.
I do like Dolan's idea. It's just I think for the story I was telling, it made more sense that the fact that you can't travel back to your own time because that time doesn't exist anymore
Mm.
works. But also on the fact that I did like an idea for like a kind of if anyone remembers the Flashpoint Paradox movie, Time Boom, in a way,
Mm.
where a kind of time boom happened, where little things, uh, little things happen to cause like the big things to happen, little
Mm-hmm.
changes that cause the big, the whole butterfly effect.
Yeah,
Why didn't they use that theory?
because they would have actually had to have some kind of semblance of understanding of causality to do that.
Yeah.
Because the thing about the butterfly effect is it's essentially like a Rube Goldberg machine or a set of dominoes.
Yeah,
One thing causes another thing, which causes another thing, which eventually changes the overall outcome.
yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. I think if they were to incorporate that, they would literally have to write an entire script just to get the time, like the kind of time, how the time worked, and how the time travel affected that and stuff.
Yeah, the correct answer in this case, I think, would have been just don't do time travel at all. It's too basic anyway. Have something interesting happen with the cosmic entities or the celestials.
Right, but I was also gonna say that time travel is only used as a kind of plot device for my thing, and everything else is kind of more of a political story. And and by political story, I mean like um,
A story about politics, not a story containing politics.
how is that different from Marvel or like SJW comic books in general?
Stories about politics are about like the nature of politics rather than individual issues or individual like people.
Right. I mean, mostly I was going to deal with a tyrant that thinks himself a savior. So
So an SJW then, but I'm Ching.
I was going more for Doctor Doom, but
I apologize, Lord Doom, for in any alternate universe linking you in any way with an SJW, because I feel like if he were standing here right now, he would make my head explode just for that correlation.
well, I think he'd kill me just on the fact that I called him a tyrant that thinks himself a savior.
I don't know. I think I think you might be able to get away with that one if you argued it correctly. But comparing Doom with one of those incompetent twits that decides to rule everything by their morality probably would ruin me entirely, and I would be
You're
totally
going,
fine with it because he would be justified in doing that.
Don, you're going glitchy and auto-tuned at once.
Oh, god damn it. Why the fuck is my Wi-Fi being stupid?
Is there like a storm happening there or something? It's causing interference.
No, it's just the Wi-Fi being dumb. I can try to jump out and jump back in and see if that helps, but I don't know if it will.
I would say try it. I will be waiting and trying to entertain our zero audience.
Okay.
Mr. Sandman. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. But yeah, folks, it's just on the fact that I think personality-wise, Brie Larson comes off as very condescending towards people, especially, well, not especially fans, but just people in general, and our. Hello, Dalton.
There we go. We're back. How am I doing?
You're good so far.
Okay.
All right. So, well, also thank God because I did not know where I was going with trying to finish up our thoughts on what we had previously read. But yeah, it is weird that she goes to that conclusion. I mean, Natalie Portman's a great actress. It's just, and we brought this up when we talked about a little bit about Love and Thunder, is that the big problem is just one of the continuity of the MCU, that the Hammer itself doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So what is she going to do?
And also that that she's never really wanted to be there. So
Yeah. That's another. I feel bad.
As a result, her character is unlikable and insufferable. So having to change that now at the 11th hour is going to be difficult.
Yeah. Plus, the comics didn't make it work. So what do you think the movies are going to do?
This is true.
Yeah. Or that she's already done so in the comics. It turns out that ladies can be deemed worthy by a fictional Hammer too. Oh, Jesus Christ! That's a condescending tone. If I could read that.
Yeah. It's a condescending tone if ever I heard one. But
Well, I mean, I say red because she didn't say
red. Yeah, but yeah. Once again, it is annoying that you've jumped to my ladyhood rather than individual merits of individual character.
I do want to bring up one example of a character that makes sense to be worthy. If you guys remember the crossover between Marvel and DC, Justice League and Avengers in like the late 80s, early 90s, which resulted in the creation of Amalgam Comics. And I really would like that thing to come back.
Yeah, Amalgam should come back, but not now because it would be infested by SJWs and we ruined.
Yeah, but Wonder Woman. Hold on.
Do while he deals with the things and the people. But yeah, rather than argue the individual merits of the individual character, she jumped right to Lady. And the issue, of course, is there's no context or argument for why she's worthy. She's just gifted with moral purity, apparently.
Are we talking about Jane Foster or MCU Captain Marvel?
I was talking about the Captain Marvel thing.
Right. Oh, right. Oh, I'm sorry. But back to what I was. I'm sorry. Just kind of backtrack. Wonder Woman.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read the comics myself, and if I'm ever like a con or something, or if someone can give me a link to to someone who's selling those amalgam, like that crossover between Avengers and Justice League, I really appreciate it. But I do want to say that character-wise, it does make sense because she's never really struck me as one that is arrogant.
Yeah. And of course, she's the living embodiment of the spirit of truth in most versions. So yeah.
Right. And she is an all-around good person, and that makes immense more sense that she can wield the hammer. But granted, she was fighting Storm, and she dropped the hammer because she said it wouldn't be fair in fighting her.
Yeah, and someone who cares about fairness enough to cripple their own advantage is probably more likely going to be worthy than someone who is so arrogant that her only character flaw is that she doesn't have enough confidence in herself. Womp.
Yeah. Though I think the arrogance could work if you could make that her second character arc, while their first character arc is to learning to be an individual, then a closed-minded collective.
Yeah, no, arrogance even post-redemption can still work. I mean, look at Tony Stark, but but still, you have to go through the character building. I was too arrogant, and then I learned the error of my ways arc, as opposed to the I need to just have more faith in myself arc.
And she had already too much faith in herself in the first movie.
Yeah, to the point that she would win entire battles just through her powers as opposed to her personal merits.
You know what's funny? I've seen like an edit of the final fight on the ship. It's cut to Brie Larson singing, to the song that she sung in Scott Pilgrim.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cut like Scott Pilgrim in a way with like the comic panels and stuff. It's actually really good. It's better than the actual fight. What was the song that was? It was like what? I'm Just a Girl or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So I will have to send you that link, Dalton. Just some fact I think you like it a lot better than the whole movie itself.
Probably.
Yeah, it's not saying much, honestly.
That is not a high bar, no. Ants could clear that bar.
Mm-hmm. Right, okay, so enough of us bashing that movie because it's a dead horse at this point. Thankfully, most of the sad boy comments on the original Instagram post have been drowned out by supportive ones, including Natalie Portman, who plays Jane Foster in the films, telling Larson to be careful with her hammer. So, what I brought up before.
Mm-hmm.
Natalie Portman, hey, Muscles, easy with my hammer.
Although it is kind of cringy to call her muscles because she does not appear to have a great degree of them.
Well, okay, so I remember someone doing like the new Trinity of the MCU video, and like how Black Panther would technically fill in the archetype of Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man would obviously be the equivalent to being Iron Man, like with
Yeah.
tech and stuff. And in Powerhouse, where that was Thor, it would be Captain Marvel because of her power.
I am personally affronted by no one even considering Doctor Strange for anything.
There's logic to it. You have to admit to that.
Okay, I'll give you that, but the way I would have well, I actually, considering that Spidey's no longer there, I would make Doctor Strange your Iron Man equivalent, Black Panther um your
Captain America equivalent.
thank you. I don't know why my brain skipped on that. And then I don't even fucking
Oh,
yeah,
Wanda, Scarlet Witch for like the Thor equivalent, like power and stuff.
well, I'm fine with Captain Marvel being there but for a slightly out of universe reason. The reason why it makes sense for Captain America or yeah, Captain Marvel to be Thor now is because people didn't really care for the first Thor, and it took at least 2 movies for them to get the character right. And I could definitely foresee that being the case with Captain Marvel.
Okay, he's on record for saying that, folks. And when when that ends up shooting him in the foot, I want to call him out for it.
What, when all 3 movies have been expended and they haven't improved a whit?
I mean, do you really think they're going to?
Well, I would have said no if you had asked me that about Thor after Dark World. So
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just telling, like, I don't know. I feel like Brie Larson's gonna have a lot more control over the next couple.
yeah, they're going to learn the exact opposite of the lessons they should be learning, and it's going to be bad.
Though, okay, the fact that you speak of Dark World and how I said Thor Ragnarok and stuff. Again, folks, just a little sidebar, just on the fact that this article is a waste of our time.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing someone do an edit that made Dark World more in line, tone wise and style wise, of Ragnarok. I will have to send you some of those videos. It's actually pretty interesting.
You will. It probably would be very interesting.
Because he put in a few rock songs. I think mostly by Kiss, "God of Thunder" by Kiss.
Why in God's name have they not used that yet?
I don't know. It's a metal band, and Kiss isn't really selling these days, I guess, to the younger generation.
And just like that, we offended the entirety of the Kiss army.
Huh. Guess now I feel bad, kind of. It's just I've
Well,
never really been a big fan of their work. I listened to a little bit of God of Thunder. It's fine. It's just I think, meh.
I'm just saying with a title like God of Thunder.
Yeah, it makes sense for Thor. It does shock me that they never used it.
It's almost second nature to Thor, especially post, the badassification of Thor in Ragnarok. In the same way that that all the Viking references in the Immigrant song make perfect sense for Thor, and they use that in Ragnarok.
But yeah, no, it's actually pretty cool. And I think they even make Malekith kind of more intimidating, to be honest. One thing, you cut out a lot more of his dialogue and make him cut out a little bit more of his dialogue, and it works better.
Well, good. Although I don't think even that would have saved the fact that Christopher Eccleston thinks he's better than the material.
Really?
Yeah, every time he gets tagged to do something geeky, he whines and complains and moans about how he got confined to this extremely important role instead of embracing it and making the best of it. Like, he whines about having played the Ninth Doctor, and he whined about playing Malakath. So yeah, it seems like every time he gets put in geek shit, he whines and bitches because he thinks he's this highly cultured thespian who deserves better than these frivolous little comic book movies.
But I don't know. Well, okay, one, he's a fucking idiot for that.
Yeah, because
And
there are British characters there are British actors who would kill to play the Doctor, and he apparently despises it.
I've talked about like how I would like a lot more actors from theater to be, to work in more films because I think they have their than like actors who are just like who have acted on screen and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just on the fact that I think they have a better understanding of like full acting, not just with like their mouths or anything, but like just their whole body. They know how to like act with the full motion of their bodies, stuff.
Mm-hmm.
More physicality to their performances.
Right.
But that doesn't mean you have to be a snide douchebag with these types of geekery.
With all the aristocratic pomp and circumstance of I am fucking better than you, apparently.
Yeah. Okay. That's enough of us talking about that. Seeing only fragile quartz 022. Oh, quartz underscore 022. Seeing all you fragile men crying in the comments over a damn picture, and y'all say women are sensitive.
She felt the need to snipe at people who were just saying it's unfeasible or unrealistic for her to be able to wield the hammer. She apparently was so put off by that she had to say, "See, I told you I could do it, herp."
Again, I'm fine with her holding the hammer.
It's
not
the
in the movies. Well, if it was explained properly and stuff.
Yeah,
fine.
it's the arrogance and the condescension that she needs to play it with, and also the stealing one over for the women subtext that she puts over everything.
You want fucking equality, then stop saying it's for the women or shit like that.
Yeah, because nobody does anything for the men. Ever.
I do it for myself, bitch.
Yeah, like no man has ever said, "We as men, .. except for maybe the phrase, we as men need ... to protect the women." That is usually the thing that is said about men when referring to themselves as men. You need to man up and protect your woman. You need to sacrifice for your woman. You need to get realistic and get a real job for the women and the children. Yada yada yada.
So Don, please continue your rant. I have to return a call.
Okay. Yeah. And that is literally the only phrase in the popular zeitgeist that you could say men referring to themselves as a collective pronoun, or a collective noun, as men. Like, that's the only time ever that men even see themselves as a collective entity. Nations occasionally see themselves as a collective entity. For example, people in the military see the military as a collective entity, but they see themselves as military men or service men, not just men. No one does anything in the name of men or masculinity. People do things in the name of their jobs and their positions, or the aspect of their identity that they actually define themselves by, but no one has ever done anything for the sake of team men, with the exception, perhaps, of men's rights advocates. And even
those guys are looked down upon. No offense.
Yeah, they are. We are, and I say we because I am one. I am a men's rights advocate. Um, and the reason we are is because we advocate for men to be seen as an entity unto themselves as opposed to a means to everybody else's fucking ends. And that's the thing. Men are seen as a means to an end. Whose end are they seen as a means to? Usually fucking women and children. Just saying.
Well, okay, I'll be fair. I feel like, I'm honestly gonna agree with the fact that honestly, I've always been kind of a family guy, so I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's
Right, but okay. Let me be clear and clarify my position. There
no,
is
I get what you're saying, though. And I get what you're saying. I'm trying to. I do feel
yeah,
like I do agree with on the fact that probably a lot more men should be given better treatment, mainly in like this. If we're talking about like family and like they should be able to get custody of children, like full custody.
yeah, but let me clarify my position a little bit because I can understand why it came off as a little bit standoff. There is absolutely nothing wrong with men wanting to, find, usefulness or meaning in having a family or serving women and children. My issue is where that service or that utility comes at the expense of the man's personhood, i.e., when a man is seen as a means to an end, when he is only defined by what good he does for other people, rather than anything internal or personal to himself. Like I the reason why I'm a men, one of the reasons why I'm a men's rights advocate is because I believe in I believe that your worth should come from your personhood, not your utility and usefulness to other people,
I
as a
agree with
general
that.
rule. And I think men as a group, if there can even be said to be such a thing, really have an issue seeing their individual personhood unless they are in a state of extreme um excess or extreme like when societies are in paradise mode, then men can pursue their personal interests or their personal achievement. But when men when societies are imperfect, like they always inevitably are, somebody somewhere goes, okay, it's time to man up and forego your personal attainment entirely for the sake of the women and the children, and your only usefulness is as a means to help women and children, to the point where in
I think you
history,
ship it's women and children first.
yeah, well, not only that, but um, if ever there was a case where a bachelor was seeking a job, he would always be passed over for a man who was supporting someone in the event that it came down to that. Like exact same qualifications, exact same everything, with the exception of one person is a bachelor and the other person has a wife, children, or a relative to look after. And often, um, men who didn't men who didn't perform the service role were shunned and shamed for not providing the service role. For example, during the World Wars, anyone who dodged the draft or avoided going to war was shamed by virtue of feminists giving them white feathers. And being a man with a white feather was tantamount to a woman in like pure New England having a letter tattooed on her clothes.
I'm gonna be completely fair. I do agree on the fact that you shouldn't dodge a draft for war, just on the fact that you should be willing to fight for your country. But again, that's a completely different thing. Obviously, I'm
Yeah,
saying that's
my solution to that is there shouldn't be a draft at all. Conscription should be entirely voluntary, and we can encourage people to go into like as an American, I find it very hard to believe that if we made conscription entirely voluntary, people wouldn't show up because, like, there's going to be a significant proportion of people who their only joy or goal in life is going to be to serve their country. I know, like, I know I'm a rural hick from, Pennsylvania and whatnot, but I know enough people whose entire like life goal and aspiration was to go to the military and serve their country to know if you abolish the draft entirely and make conscription entirely voluntary, you'll get plenty of people still going because some people define themselves by that level of service, and those
Well,
people should be free to define themselves that way.
um,
My issue is
well, I mean, I was going to bring up the example is that when I was younger, I did want to join the military and serve my country. My family talked me out of it to an extent because they were afraid I'd get hurt or something. But I have made a vow to myself that if my country needs me, I will be the first to sign up.
and all the more power to you. My issue is I do not like the draft specifically because it is involuntary and
It's just for guys.
drafts tend to come at the cost of your life or have the potential to come at the cost of your life. When you are drafted, you are essentially being shipped overseas to be put in a very high risk situation where you are likely to die.
Yeah.
And also,
is the draft?
Also the fact. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask: is the draft mainly reserved for the male? For the male?
But
for the males in the
yeah,
US, or is it?
there is no female draft in just about any country that I'm aware of. And if there is a country with a egalitarian draft that drafts those men and women, please someone let me know. But also, even if that was the case, keep in mind that historically, if you wanted the vote, you had to accept the draft as a man. However, when women decided that they wanted the vote, or when a large enough percentage of women decided that they wanted the vote, they were not given the obligation to a draft. So, in other words, for men, historically, the right to vote came at the cost of your life, potentially.
Right.
When women wanted the right to vote, or when women acquired the right to vote, it came at no cost.
Don?
Yeah.
I feel like we should finish this article first.
Yeah, we should. We got off on the whole men's rights tangent, but fucking hell, they don't seem to understand that men don't see themselves as a collective, and that's what annoys me. Men don't do anything for the sake of men. Men do things for the sake of people they care about, but men don't export that care to their entire gender.
I usually either do things for myself or the family, so it's just it's it's not a collective thing, and I feel SJWs really confuse that thing.
Yeah, and usually, who is it that men are beating the shit out of when they get into situations that require them to beat the shit out of things? It's men.
Okay.
It's other men that get beat the shit out of because other men don't like them. You would think that in a world where men had this unspoken, fraternal bond, there would be a significant proportion less of that because my manhood.
And don't get us started on the whole the whole thing with like in women thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's stupid and bullshit. I treat people the same way. I treat all people the same way.
Yeah, individualism is the only. Individualism and meritocracy appear to be the only justifiable ways to judge people. Sorry.
I mean, I've gotten into fights with men and women. So
I haven't ever gotten into fights. I've gotten into a lot of arguments, but never fights, fortunately for me.
I may have a brain, but I also have, kind of muscles. Never won a fight. it always either ended up being broken up or a tie. But enough about me. That's got more fucking. Wait, is there anything else to this article?
That's more looking into the abyss than we probably should have done. But anyway, that's what they will eventually hopefully pay us for if we ever get a Subscribe Star or Ko-Fi or whatever. Hopefully.
Right. So this is the last part of the article because the rest is just the picture of like these comments.
It's just the here are all the worst examples that I cherry picked.
Actually, no, she cherry picked good ones that are basically assaulting guys like us who would be mad or Brie Larson being an insufferable twat.
Yeah, it's just here are all the best and worst examples of what I'm talking about. Done.
It feels so good not getting salty over a woman holding a movie prop. It's what it represents, bitch.
Yeah, you can understand symbolism when it's your side doing the symbol. Okay. So, what would happen, hypothetically speaking, if someone told her not to whine about being able to lift the hammer or not because it's just a movie prop? Would you be okay with that, or would you all collectively because misogyny and what it represents?
What would it? Okay, you know what would have? What photo I would have preferred Brie Larson take with the hammer? Would her being or like her jokingly trying to lift the hammer? That would have been funny. It would have humanized her. It would have made her just. And if you wanted to feminist her out, it could be that she's struggling to try and lift something for womankind. That she's struggling for womankind or something.
Yeah, but by all means, but women can't be seen as weak because that's misogyny, but men can totally be seen as weak because that's just the way things are. And that's the other half of the whole men don't do things for men or the idea of manhood coin. When men suffer, it's business as usual. When women suffer, something must be done. What's the easiest way to rally people around a cause? To explain how women will be affected by it.
Oh
but if it's exclusively men who are affected by a negative thing, then not only do people have a less likelihood of caring, but they also have a likelihood of seeing that as the man's duty or the man's job or the man's work. I.e., when a man does something extremely difficult as a job, like, for example, mining or truck driving, we don't see a bunch of feminists going, you need equality in mine work or something. Why not? Because that's a job that the feminists don't want women to be obliged to have. Ideally, in their mind, I think, no one would need to be a miner or a sewage worker or what have you. But in the event that it is inevitable that people have to do it, men doing it is seen as business as usual because that's just normal man's work. It's not as though men are in any way made vulnerable by the incredibly strenuous and difficult work they have to do on a regular basis. That's just what men do, right? But any woman has to do it, and she gets mildly inconvenienced by it, and it's, oh God, the poor woman, we need to rally people around to make sure that this never happens again. Men get stabbed, it's just men stabbing other men, so business as usual. A woman gets stabbed, that person is a terrible, terrible piece of shit.
Well, okay, you gotta admit, it's only white men that they say that about.
Well, I don't think it's only white men. It just happens that often they will excuse black men being stabbed by it being a black man as opposed to just it being a man. But incidentally, the same rule applies.
But I think you get my point, though, is that it's just they go after a certain group of men specifically basically
Yeah,
most.
no. There is definitely a hierarchy in the feminist mind, and white men are at the bottom of it, typically. But
I just oh god.
just to point out something interesting. People were very, very annoyed by the idea of stop and frisk because they um predicted rather correctly, in my opinion, that the people who would be more likely to be stopped would be black people. But here's an interesting thing. Black men get stopped because they think they are going to be criminals, and black women get stopped more than white women do, but black women get stopped less than white men do. It's not driving while black, it's driving while black and male.
Well, honestly, I'd be terrified that I get just stopped because you're always scared that you're gonna get a ticket or something.
Yeah, it's annoying and inconvenience regardless. But my point is, black women still have the woman card, and the woman card trumps the black card. Why? Because the original reasoning behind black racism, or the racism against blacks, was because black people were seen as more primitive and masculine. They were more akin to apes in the minds of racists. Therefore, what makes a black woman more stereotypically other than a white woman is she has more masculine features.
I'm sorry,
As
it's not funny. It's not funny. It's just I remember a lot of girls I knew that looked like dudes.
as a result of this, black women still do have something analogous to the woman card. It just also happens to be coupled with the race card. But if you take that out, i.e., if all other things are equal, it's black men that get stopped the most, and black women that get stopped less than black men, but more than white women. And even white men get stopped more than black women usually. Because the gender tends to trump the black card, or rather the race card. But that's a bit of a sidebar for me. So I'm going to
I get that. I think we'll be talking a little. I think the next thing we'll be talking about will kind of raise our spirits a little bit, or next two things maybe.
Yeah.
Then we'll start. Then we might fall back down into that pit of depression for us.
Yeah, because the next story just makes me happy. So very
I'm on
happy.
I'm on the fence about it, honestly.
Well, let's continue on, and we will see where we end up after the
Right.
scene.
Newsarama, Kit Harington confirmed as Black Knight in Eternals.
This story so far is basically everything I want from Phase 4. So I'm giddy with anticipation.
Right. Well, I will state my issues later on after we've kind of gone through a little bit of this article. So, Kit Harington's Eternals role has been confirmed as Dane Whitman, better known in Marvel Comics as Black Knight. The announcement was made during Marvel Studios' Saturday presentation at Disney's D23 Expo. Okay, so I like Kit Harington, and well, Don, could you give us? I'm sure you have some background on Black Knight.
I do indeed.
Right. Would you be willing to give us like an origin of him?
I will go through sort of the cliff notes. The Black Knight is a legacy of several characters throughout the the Marvel comics, but the main thrust of his mythology is he is a immortal knight with a mystic cursed sword, and the character is fairly evenly split between heroes and villains. I suspect that Black Knight will be the villain because he will be an immortal, which, given that the Eternals are immortal, hence the name,
Was
is kind of
Thanos an Eternal?
he is a deviant, which is basically the Eternals equivalent of a mutant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I do like Marvel. I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Well, I was gonna say I do like how Marvel has classifications for different like kind of groups of like characters. Celestials, Eternals.
Yeah.
Mutants and stuff.
The basic backstory behind Eternals is in ancient times the Celestials went around the universe dotting different worlds and essentially seeding them with intelligent life and then experimenting on the resulting intelligent life.
Wait, a high evolutionary, or is he different?
He does a similar thing, but he is not a celestial.
Okay.
He is a member of an extremely old race in the Marvel universe, but actually, I believe if I'm not misremembering the mythology correctly, that the High Evolutionary is a member of the first sapient race that the Celestials created.
That is really cool. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
The only thing I know of the High Evolutionary is that only thing I know from it is from Spider-Man Unlimited, which was another '90s Spider-Man show, which I liked watching as a kid.
Yeah. But anyway, when the Celestials came to Earth, because they did eventually come to Earth, they ended up creating three races of sapient life. There was the humans, which, just regular humans. There was the Eternals, which were a race of very, very powerful, almost godlike immortal beings.
Demigod,
And
say.
out of the Eternals was created the Deviants, who are essentially the corrupted spawn of the Eternals, who are essentially several factors more powerful than your average Eternal, but also usually hideously ugly or deformed in some way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Yeah. Now I get it. Thanos.
Yeah. Which is why the Eternals look humanoid, but Thanos looks like Thanos.
I actually watched a video on his backstory. It is both tragic and fucking disturbed. Like in the comics, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
He's fucked.
Yeah, comic Thanos is awesome in his sort of tragic, Byronic hero kind of way.
Though I will say the MCU Thanos was an inspiration for a character I'd written. The tyrant believes himself a savior.
Yeah, they did it. They did a good job with MCU Thanos. It's just a very different Thanos.
Yeah. Ironically enough, I call the guy Zeus, which I believe I've mentioned once before.
I believe you did mention it once. Yes.
I just like the name Zeus. Plus, I could do like the kind of parody of the Z on the chest, like in the style of Superman.
Yeah.
Alright, so in comic books, Black Knight is a longtime Avenger who wielded a cursed sword. And he was also the on again, off again paramour of Gemma Chan's sensei. Cersei.
Yeah.
He inherited his sword and title from his uncle, a former Avengers villain.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Which the reason why I'm super excited for this is because it means they're mixing together the mystical side of the MCU and the cosmic side of the MCU. Not to mention possibly setting up the roots of King Arthur, because of course the Black Knight is the Black Knight of, Arthurian fame. So it's possible they could be setting up Morgan Le Fay or even Merlin at some point, which would be awesome. And of course the idea of basically sidestepping the street level aspect of the MCU to mix together the mystical and the cosmic just kind of makes me happy. Also, I never thought I would ever see a Black Knight involved in anything, so this makes me extremely happy. Not to mention, Kit Harington is awesome casting. If you
Oh
want
yeah,
to do it,
he is an amazing actor. I will not deny that. I think mostly I just would have preferred that if he before he went into another big role, I think he should have like kind of taken a step back and gone into like more kind of indie, smaller scale stuff.
true, but there are some actors who like the typecasting. Like Tom Hanks will always play the lovable character who is smarter than he looks. That's kind of his niche, and
Apparently, Gemma Chan is cast as Cersei, even though she was a the Kree girl in Captain Marvel.
oh, did they double cast her?
Well, they did that. They've done that before.
Yeah, I mean Jaimin Hansu has played a couple different things, hasn't he?
Yeah, and also um, Carl Urban, who played the Executioner in Thor Ragnarok, played the fat guy in Thor: The Dark World.
Ha.
No, wait, no. I'm thinking of Zachary Levi playing the Randall, I think is the name. The swashbuckler.
Yeah.
So never mind about Carl Urban, but I don't know. I mean, good for him. It's just again, it's more my own personal thing that I feel like he shouldn't go into like a big role just after he's done with Game of Thrones.
Well, but maybe he misses being a medieval style badass. So, Dark Knight, it is.
Black Knight.
Or yeah, Black Knight. But yeah.
He ain't Batman though. I would be interested in seeing that.
Oh my God, Kit Harington is Batman. Yes.
Yeah, I think he would. I think. Well, honestly, I've never seen him do like a American accent before, but I think he would offer something to it, something good.
Yeah, and if this version of if this version of the Black Knight is the villain of Eternals, I am so for that. You can't even imagine.
I've actually seen him play a little bit of a villain in a Call of Duty game, like for the campaign. He's not bad. I think he does better as a hero, kind of.
Yeah, but I suspect what they're going to do is they're going to make the Black Knight kind of the Vandal Savage of the Eternals.
Wait, are we talking comics, animated, or the Legends of Tomorrow?
I think though, I think if anything, it'll be more along the lines of Legends of Tomorrow. Like he will be the immortal badass that follows them and vexes them throughout history, because they have stated they want the Eternals to focus on sort of the unseen aspects of the history of the Marvel Universe, going back even millions of years. So I approve of this entirely.
Don, I'm going to say this about my universe with the cosmic stuff because I know you're a big cosmic guy. I only have like one character that gives you a side of the cosmic world, and it's just like a different planet.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad that I do because we're friends and all. And I feel like
but I mean, you might still come up with some interesting ideas. Who knows?
Yeah, the character is supposed to be kind of intergalactic Wonder Woman.
Interesting.
Well, also a little bit of Thor too.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's okay. So Black Knight has long been rumored to be part of the MCU's next phase. Harrington was announced as Dane Whitman. His code name his code name wasn't used, but Marvel has often introduced superhero characters by their civilian identities first.
Hmm.
Eternals is due out in theaters November 6, 2020.
I cannot wait. I
That's
really cannot wait now.
that is 10 days before my birthday.
Well, it appears Marvel is going to give you the Eternals for your birthday, even if you won't be watching it.
I don't know if you recommend it to me. If you see it and tell me it's good and stuff.
Yeah, if they fuck it up, I'm going to be honest and tell you that they fucked it up. And judging by past intervals, if they fuck it up, I'm going to be monumentally, earth-shatteringly, space-clenchingly pissed, because
We can make a whole episode about that if you want.
just Dalton gets angry at the shitty Eternals movie. I
Dalton Reed.
really hope I don't have to.
I will literally title it Dalton Regis.
I or Eternals is weighed, measured, and found wanting.
Something like that. We'll workshop it. Obviously, I mean we got like a year or so.
Yeah, it's not coming out for a bit. I really want it to be good though. I want it to be as weird, cosmic, and quasi historical as it can possibly be, and I want all the Kirbyism because Kevin Feige promised this would go full Jack Kirby, so god damn it, I want full Jack Kirby. And then for the sequel, we can touch on the Neil Gaiman run because Neil Gaiman has an excellent run of the Eternals. It's not his best work because Neil Gaiman does better with fantasy and like mythology than he does with um sci-fi, but it's still Neil Gaiman, so I'm
Right.
not gonna complain.
So this was one I wanted to cover last week, but we couldn't because we already had everything said and all. So this is about 2 weeks old, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 weeks old. Marvel Comics announces Spider-Man and Black Cat wedding.
You can almost hear the angry fanboys going, "Why don't you just annul one more day?"
Because that would admit they did it wrong, and they don't want to admit that.
And Marvel never ever does bad things in the opinion of Marvel.
It's funny they call her Black Cat, but she's wearing. Honestly, it was the art that drew me in because it's done by um J. Scott Campbell.
Who is a very good artist.
Yeah, I love his art. Like it's really good. Like it has personality to it. And you don't see a lot of that in comics these days.
No, you do not.
I mean, granted, he does a lot of cover work. I would prefer he do like a full comic or like a graphic novel at least.
Yep. I think you could save a lot of the comic book industry if you gave the job of doing the book to the person who did the cover.
Yeah, and plus it also saves money too because you don't also have to pay a cover artist.
Then again, you do have to pay the person who got to do the cover more, but because if they're doing the entire book as opposed to just the cover, then that's quite a thing there. But
Hey, I believe giving money when it's earned.
yeah,
And Jason again, and also, God, we're going on this tangent again. There are so many good artists online that I've seen, like on art websites and stuff. How the fuck
yeah,
are they not hired?
yeah. It's disgraceful how much artistic talent there is literally at your fingertips, Marvel and DC, that you're just not using because reasons.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I think most of them are. Uh, how do I say this without coming off as racist? Well, no, I think a lot of the artists that I really like on DeviantArt and stuff, are like from Korea and stuff.
I don't think that I don't think it's racist. I think it's just they have a very competent
Or
oriented
it's just,
culture,
for
and it
some
leads
reason,
to
I
them.
thought if I were to mention that they were Korean, like their art's good and stuff, that someone misdrew that as me being
I'm sure someone will, but by the standard of reasonable doubt, you've done nothing wrong.
right. But yeah, no, it's just again, I know we're going on a little side tangent here before we read this, but I feel like it needs to be addressed on the fact that I mean, I've been lucky enough that I've been able to find good comics with good art and good storytelling.
Hmm.
Comics I have not read yet, and so I cannot do comic recommendations, unfortunately, which I feel very bad about.
In other words, everyone pile on him until he reads The Sandman to its completion.
I'm getting around to it. I just need to renew my book. That's right, folks. I went to a library. That's a thing still.
Yes, libraries, they still exist. The perfect hashtag for
Actually, I remember someone doing a video that millennials actually keep libraries alive.
that doesn't surprise me. We actually appear to, well, some of us at
I
least.
mean, granted, that guy was, I believe, an SJW. Like he wore, well, no, he was like one of those postmodern hipster douchebags. Maybe not an SJW, but
Well, okay, but there is a significant proportion of millennials who have a respect, or at least who feign a respect for the past. So,
yeah.
yay for as someone who preoccupies themselves with the concept of value, yay for the institution of keeping value alive.
Real pain is I have to walk there, and it takes me like 30 minutes to.
Yeah, it would probably take me about an hour to walk to my library in our town, but not because of the distance, but because of all the stops I would have to make because my feet would be tired.
Right. The major problem is it's the traffic because it's like the library I go to is like in the middle of downtown.
Oh yeah, well, I don't live in a city, so traffic is barely ever a problem here, and also um the it, there is no middle of downtown for me except for maybe arguably my road, which is not even that busy.
You are very lucky.
Yeah, there are some benefits to living in the literal goddamn of middle of nowhere, but
That seems boring though.
yes, it is, and you need to go like anywhere from 15 minutes to 2 hours to go to anywhere interesting. Although, admittedly, Corning has more than I previously thought it did. We went there shopping for my birthday, and there's more awesome shit than I thought. And that's only about 15 minutes away from my house.
Yeah. Marvel Comics announced a wedding between Spider-Man and Black Cat in their November solicitations. I said that right?
Yes, you did.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. But again, I feel like I'm going to have to be the person who goes on this particular warpath for Spider-Man fans, even though I'm not a big fan of Spider-Man. Why don't you just annul one more day? That issue would sell like so many hotcakes.
Again, it's because they don't want to admit they did it wrong.
And so instead, we are going to arbitrarily marry Spidey to someone else entirely.
A part of me thinks this is kind of a riff on the Batwoman Catwoman.
Oh yeah, no, they are directly trying to parody or satirize the Bat Cat relationship. But that being said, you're trying to substitute probably the quintessential relationship in Marvel Comics, which is between Spider-Man and Mary Jane, a relationship that you completely and utterly fucked in the arse by doing a satirical storyline where he marries Black Cat and you try to stick it to DC. If you really want to stick it to DC Marvel,
Then
just
remarry Mary Jane and Spider-Man.
yeah, and but more importantly, find a way for that fucking deal he made to be annulled, because every Spider-Man fan appears to hate One More Day, and
Yeah.
for good reason. You made Spider-Man, the character who is literally defined by power in its relationship to responsibility, make a deal with the devil. You made him make a deal with the devil, and that's why we don't have Spider-Man and Mary Jane together.
I actually wrote this one thing that I don't think I ever did a video on. Might still have the script for it, for like a video I was gonna do, where like if I was of um in control of Marvel, I would do one big event before I like kind of put the whole event thing in like a closet
Yeah.
for a while, like a storage
Yeah.
shed or something, whatever. But basically, the whole 616 universe would
Right.
be completely annihilated and would start over in a new universe with some continuity taken from the 616 universe.
At this point, I think the majority of fans would be totally on board with that.
I think I called it the Marvelous Timely Universe or something like that.
I'd flip those, the timely Marvelous universe.
Yeah, and I'm sure you get the reference, right?
Yes, because timely was the original name for Marvel, but it is also a reference to the timeliness of completely rebooting Marvel Comics, because Marvel Comics has shit the bed entirely lately.
Actually, I was just going for the first one. I never intended for the second one. Huh.
Well, but your failure there is that you have to remember I speak fluent pun. So even if you didn't intend for that pun to be there, my brain just automatically filled it in.
Well, I was going to go Timely Universe, but that would infer that it takes place kind of in the continuity of the original Timely comics. I mean,
Yeah,
granted,
and
Marvel still technically does. It's just
yeah, it would be very, very hipstery of you just to leave it like that. So the
yeah.
timely Marvelous universe it is.
It's so fun to say.
It is. It sounds like a '60s like pulp television ad or something.
Yeah.
Which is
This
exactly how the Marvel universe should goddamn sound, frankly.
The wedding will allegedly take place in Black Cat Annual #1 by writer Jed MacKay and artist Javier Pina.
I don't really have any opinions on those people, so
Well, I'm gonna look up
I
I'm gonna look up Javier Pina and like look at his art because I'm just curious.
hmm.
You know, I'm gonna judge it just on the fact I'm just curious. You know.
Yeah.
This actually brings up an interesting question though. Who do you think what kind of characters do you really think they should use? Like put more spotlight on instead of like the major cast they've been doing in Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Just while I'm looking up art to show.
Were you asking me what obscure characters I'd like to see more of a spotlight on?
Yeah.
I'd like to see the Submariner make a comeback, because the Submariner has not been anywhere
Um
for a while, and
yeah.
I like the Submariner.
I think he would be a villain in an Avengers comic series.
And it wouldn't be out of character for Namor, because Namor's kind of a dickhead.
Right.
Um,
Okay, so
like, I don't think the concept of edginess really existed back in the '60s, but if it did, the Submariner is Marvel's first edgy character.
Found him, and I think you might like him, Dalton. He did some Swamp Thing art.
Okay, and now my standards are going to be extra high. So proceed.
Right. Oh, he also did Poison Ivy too. It's cool. Kind of like this. Kind of like the suit.
I'm sensing a plant-related theme of all things, which is fine.
Oh, it also looks like he's done some art for Mr. and Mrs. X.
Oh, for fuck's sake! What the? I don't know why people see that my door is closed and decide to bother me anyway.
Oh, I know the feeling, bud. Granted, I always have my door closed. Keeps the cool air in.
It's like I'm on a thing, and you know what I do when I'm on a thing. So please be quiet and leave me alone.
Alright. Okay. The issue will feature a main cover by J. Scott Campbell. Variant covers will be done by Campbell, Todd Nuniak, and others. Newak, I think. Here is the photo. Huh. Wedding dress looks a little weird. I know it's like supposed to technically just be like a suit that's made to look like a wedding dress, but
Yeah.
I don't know. For some reason, I always, when I picture wedding dresses, I always kind of expect the kind of gown or something.
Yeah, and I understand why that's not really Black Cat's whole shenanigans there, but like that's not her cup of tea, and I can accept that. But
Yeah.
again, I feel that it necessary to bring it back to this. Well, why on any kind of earth would you do something that is going to piss off so many people rather than just admit the one mistake you made 12 years ago? Because One More Day was 2007, if I remember correctly.
Huh.
Yeah, 12 years and they still haven't admitted they've done wrong, but for whatever reason, they feel it necessary to satirize something that wasn't even done correctly in the original thing they're satirizing. DC completely shit the bed with the Bat-Cat arc, and now Marvel is going to follow DC down that cliff. I don't know why. Someone doesn't look at them and go, guys, you see that cliff we're all heading to? What if we just did plunge down it like a herd of living?
I'm gonna be honest about the art. I like the character designs. It's just the background I think is a little lacking.
Yeah, I will be more interested in the writing and how the writing is involved with things.
I mean, nothing to say about J. Scott Campbell. It's just I've seen all of his other work, and it just seems the background just seems kind of lazy compared to his others. Again, this could be just like a temporary thing. So I'm just
Well, and also they're probably still working on it, so by all means, go ahead and work on it.
I am gonna say something though. The design for her wedding costume thing, for some reason, makes me reminds me of a character I've been working on. That's kind of close to Black Cat and Catwoman. I would say Black Cat in personality wise, and Catwoman in kind of costume wise.
Yeah.
White Vixen, I called her.
Interesting name.
Well, I was gonna go White Fox, but I think that one it's taken and it's also kind of bland sounding.
Yeah. I mean you could, I guess, go White Rabbit, but that's taken as well, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Vixen it has a better sound.
It has the old femme fatale vibe. You still there? Because I can't hear you if you are speaking.
Sorry, I was given information that apparently my hot water will be off for a little bit.
All right then. Well,
It's fine. I took a shower yesterday, so I'm good.
yeah. But
And
things appear to be going all kinds of wrong in your neck of the woods there.
well, I mean, I'm good. I've already done laundry and I've done like I said, shower and all. I'm good for now.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's get back into the thing, I guess.
Right. Um. Here's the official solicitation. You are cordially invited to the wedding of Black Cat and Spider-Man. In lieu of gifts, please turn off all your security systems, laser grids, and counterweight giant stone traps. All this and a bonus story.
How about Marvel, in lieu of gifts, you tell us that you're just punking us and that you're going to annul the One More Day storyline? That is my definition of a good thing. Not to mention, speaking of Mephisto and his fucking tendency to screw up the universe, apparently he made a deal to reboot the entire universe with Doctor Strange, so this is gonna be a perfect time to screw with Mephisto and get rid of One More Day if you wanted to.
Right.
Just saying.
Uh, real thing is, I don't think we really talked about like the story thing. Is that I don't really think it would work between Black Cat and Spider-Man. Maybe.
No, okay. It could have worked between Black Cat and Black Suit Spider-Man, because Black Suit Spider-Man was very aggressive, very domineering, and very edgy. But as it sits, Spider-Man is too safe for Black Cat, and she is too dangerous for him. And neither of these characters is likely to change, unless, of course, he dons the black suit as his wedding tux.
They actually did something kind of funny in the Spider-Man PS4 game. I haven't played it, but I've like watched like those cutscene movies people do on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
where she says she's doing all this stuff for her son, where the possibility of Spider-Man might be like an absentee father. I mean, it's all a ploy to get Spider-Man to help her, but still, there
Now,
was
that would be an interesting story.
what that Black Cat could have been a mom and might have been Spider-Man's child and stuff. And
Yeah.
yeah, actually, no, that would have been a really interesting story. Just on the fact,
Especially if he impregnated her when he was wearing the black suit, which I believe is a time when they had sex.
yeah. Again, but yeah, no, it's just it doesn't work on the fact that Spider-Man will always choose responsibility over his own personal life.
And anytime he doesn't, fate decides to dick with him.
Yeah. And again, Felicia is a jewel thief, and she likes being. Well, she's a cat burglar. She likes being a cat burglar.
Yes, she is very into the dangerous femme fatale vibe she knows she has. And he is very much too safe for her, unless, of course, he's wearing the black suit.
You know, it's weird. The whole my dynamic kind of works that way, but also mixture with Batman and Catwoman kind of dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, keep in mind. Well, this is with the character Reaper, White Vixen. So
Yeah.
and that version of Reaper is a cop as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to do just a whole stream where I just talk about that series I've worked on, just on the fact that I feel like I give these little tidbits, and I think one people want more, listen to more of that, and I want to talk more about it.
Well, also, you should work on writing it so that people can't steal your ideas first, I think.
True.
Yeah. Because your ideas are good enough to steal. It's the highest compliment I can give them, and people tend to not be very scrupulous. I, of course, am not going to, but someone who might be listening might. Then again, we have a very small insular audience, so maybe that will work in our favor for once.
Sorry, family member just told me about Hurricane Dorian tearing up Florida. So prayers and everything else for our friends and our friends Weaponizer Our Rage, Englantine, and I believe a few others that haven't crossed my mind yet.
Yeah, Professor Pixels in Florida. I know at least a few others are. So yeah. Also, because the hurricane is named Dorian, I have to make this joke. Somebody stabbed the damn painting already.
Yeah, it's like 200 miles per hour winds, I believe I was told.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad I live in the Midwest.
And I am glad that I live in the Northeast. We don't really get any extreme weather here. It's kind of nice.
We get blizzards from time to time, but it's not often.
We do as well, but I can't remember the last time we got one.
Yeah. But again, back to the whole like how it really wouldn't work story wise and character wise. But when has Marvel started to care about characters and stories anymore?
That is a good question. I think they haven't cared for at least 10 years.
Yeah.
And in the case of my beloved Doctor Strange, closer to 20.
I am so sorry.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I don't like how they're fucking up with Spider Man, but I mean, I never really read much of his comics to be honest.
Hmm.
I got some when I was a kid, but they were older ones and stuff. I
Well,
say,
good for you then. You probably got some of the good shit.
well, I say older, but it was like mid 2000s, I believe.
Okay, so you probably got.
It was where he was. His identity was revealed, and he was in the black suit and
Okay,
go,
I think I know. I think I know
going
where you're
against
going.
a guy who can manipulate, who can use all the powers of various superheroes and supervillains because his son tried to imitate Spider-Man and died.
I'm trying to think of whether you mean Taskmaster or the Chameleon.
I think it was a different villain, like a new villain for that story.
Uh, uh,
Like
Protege?
mimic the powers of heroes and villains from the Marvel universe.
The only character I can think of who can do that is Protege, and I don't think because he was just a kid, so it
Yeah,
would
so
make that.
I lost those comics, so it's hard for me to remember. I
Hmm.
didn't appreciate the story until thinking now about it.
Hmm.
Keep in mind, this was like 2000, 2008 or 9, and I was like 8 or 9. So, Dalton?
Yeah, that makes sense because you're almost 20 and I'm 24, so that would make you 4 years younger than me, and I was about 14 or 15 around that time.
Yeah. But honestly, I would agree with Dalton and I could both agree that the story about the potential of Black Cat being a mother of the child of Spider-Man would be interesting, mostly from a character point, in my opinion. Um,
especially if it was Black Suit Spider-Man, because then you could have the character be like predestined towards like aggression and darkness.
So an edgelord kid.
Yeah, but actually threatening.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly,
Okay.
it for me, I don't know. It's just me thinking of like how Black Cat would handle it. Because part of me thinks maybe she should try and give the kid up for adoption.
Um, it depends on how you'd write her, I think, because
I
she
don't know.
loves
Again, I've always thought she was never big on commitments.
because the thing with Black Cat is she loves the challenge. She loves the challenge of thieving, and I think I think you could write it in the situation where um she would consider being a mother a challenge, especially if it was to a superpowered child, like her son with Spidey almost necessarily would be, because she has a uh, defective version of the super soldier serum, and he of course has the spider powers.
And I think she also has the power of luck, kind of like bad luck.
I don't remember that ever being, but I might be mixing up characters.
Well, I know Domino has like that luck thing with like her immune power, but I
Yeah,
also
her probability manipulation, but I don't think Black Cat has that unless they updated her background, and I'm not aware of it.
I don't know. I might be next. I might think I might just actually be thinking of literal Black Cats.
That would be funny though.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it would be interesting just on the fact that I think you'd see more of the side of her that just a more grown up version of her because I think in all intents and purposes she does technically act kind of childish
Yeah,
usually.
she's a hedonist who's out for herself and only herself. But if she took raising a child, especially a superpowered child, which would be more thrilling for her, as a challenge, like she does with her crimes, that could extremely be a way of making her basically super mom.
Literally.
Yeah. If she started taking motherhood as seriously as she takes her papers, that would uh that would be quite a and then of course if anyone ever threatened her child after that, boy.
Yeah. We really need to work in a fucking comic publisher, man.
We do. We really, really do.
I call dibs on the street heroes.
And you are more than welcome to them, because those types of characters usually bore me to tears. No offense to anyone that likes them.
No, yeah, I'm not taking, man.
Yeah. But anyway, shall we continue with things?
Right. The issue will be 40 pages in length and will retail at $4.99, so $1 more than a usual comic.
$4.99 for 40 pages.
Uh, yeah, so technically $5.
I'm sorry, but I know things have gotten really expensive, but I remember times when literally like double or triple that was what you could get for $5. So yeah, that's really freaking annoying that a $5 book is only 40 pages long. That
It also I feel like they really should just switch back to like newsprint, you know? Like it's worked for Alterna so far.
true, it has.
You know what? That actually brings up a good point. Maybe we really gotta try to get Peter on here.
Peter.
Smetty.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Um, Peter Parker and Felicia Hardy, aka Black Cat, previously got married in What If number 21. However, their marriage ended in tragedy with Paladin killing Black Cat. So yeah, this is an image of reference.
Yeah, and there's a reason it was a what if story. Remember,
Because
but
honestly, I'm sorry.
but of course, in modern topsy turvy Marvel, where everything is basically what if, um, you have no conception of character or continuity. So fuck it, I guess.
Honestly, I would be. I mean, granted, the way I wrote that, the end game for White Vixen and Reaper is that they actually do get married. Like he kind of changes her from being a thief to being somewhat of a hero. Like not ex- not even an anti-hero or anything, just like a dabbler in heroism.
Hmm.
Though I do have this running gag between them that she constantly steals things to see if he'll notice, and he does.
That's adorable.
Yeah. I mean, I would think I was going to do a cheesy line where he says that she stole one thing that he never noticed.
His heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
But ching, I say.
Yeah. It's cheesy, but hey, come on. Sometimes you just need a little cheese.
Well, I mean, sometimes the schmaltziness is warranted, so go for it. But it's just I knew as soon as you said that was where it was gonna go. I knew as soon as you said I came up with this corny line. You're going to I my literal thought process was he's going to do the uh you stole my heart thing, isn't he? And you did. So yeah.
I can't help it. Sometimes I like cliches.
Yep. No, cliches are cliches for a reason, so obviously they work. And believe me, I'm not judging you for being cliche when it comes to romances, because if you actually looked at my Wattpad library, you would notice I have a propensity for extremely cliche romance stories. So
I think you just gotta figure out a good balance of making it your own while also using the cliche.
yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Spider-Man, aka Peter Parker, would find solace in the arms of Silver Sable. Last time Marvel announced a wedding in their solicitations, it was to take place in X-Men Gold number 30. The wedding was supposed to be between Kitty and Colossus. However, they never tied the knot. Instead, Gambit and Rogue got married.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Kitty literally ran out of her own funeral. Not funeral, wedding.
Although now that you've said that, that's all I want to see. Like because of her phasing powers, she's able to like astral project or something, and she just like unbeknownst to everybody, just spectrally walks out of her own funeral.
I
Well,
don't know. I think I'm so used to seeing. I think I don't know. It's just I think the word funeral just somehow automatically clicks when I say leave their own, walk out on their own or something. Because I've
okay, so Brainstormer's default is to assume the rising of the dead, which
I
I find
believe in
adorable.
I believe a zombie apocalypse can happen. So you know.
But like so do I, but I'm still like not every time that I go to a funeral am I thinking I need to stake this person to the ground to make sure they don't rise again.
Okay, that's not where my process goes when I'm at a funeral, but a little more insight on Dalton, and also the fact that he doesn't like sandwiches.
Oh God, that really is just renting out space in your head, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird thing to me. Honestly, it's like the weirdest thing of you. Well, actually, the only weird thing of you.
I don't like soup either, for the record. So there's
Oh yeah,
that.
you did mention that too. That one I can understand. because I'm not a big fan of soup either. I tried chicken soup. I have to eat chicken soup when I'm sick, and it doesn't taste good, man.
I can tolerate chicken soup if there are no noodles in it. I don't know
do
what
like chicken noodle soup, like the
I don't
noodle.
know I don't know what it is about the noodles. I just can't deal with noodles for whatever reason. I think because of my coordination issues, I can be very sloppy with eating. So I tend not to eat things that are messy or sloppy.
Well, you want to hear something weird about me?
Sure.
I've never eaten ramen.
I don't think I have either.
Okay, well then it's not that weird. Never mind.
Although I do remember one time when I ate the noodles dry, um, without being cooked.
I'd say I like Brussels sprouts, but I mean, who doesn't?
Yes, they are delicious when done correctly, but apparently a lot of people don't like them. I also really like broccoli.
Spinach now.
Yes,
Spinach.
spinach is a whole horse of a different color, but
It looks like vomit, like mossy
although
vomit.
I have heard of a recipe that's like a sweet recipe, which is like miniature spinach cakes that are like little spinach puffs, almost like donut holes, and those sound good to me.
Mm. I don't like a lot of I don't like a lot of fast food restaurants.
Um, I can tolerate them, but if I'm going to get like chicken and fries or something, I would prefer just to make it at home,
Yeah. Well,
which I can
honestly,
do.
the only sandwich, only like two places I like that are quote unquote mainstream fast food restaurants. Well, fast food restaurants in general, Arby's and Subway.
Um, I can I can stand some of the stuff from Arby's, but most of it I wouldn't define as very good. Aside from, of course, their curly fries, because my God.
Oh god damn, those are good.
Um, but obviously, for someone who doesn't like sandwiches, Subway is not particularly good.
Well, I used to get the only problem I have with Subway is that apparently they've gotten rid of the fucking meatball sub.
Why have they done that? I thought those were extremely popular
I
with
don't know.
people
Like
who are not me.
okay, a few years back, every time I would go to a Subway, even one that was like literally a few blocks away from me, they were
Mhm.
always out of fucking meatball subs. So I just switched to getting like a ham cheese sandwich on wheat.
Well, presumably they were always out of meatball sub because people always ordered them because they're popular. With again, people who are not me.
Yeah,
And hello, annoying dog.
I wouldn't say she's annoying. She's at least letting know that someone's there. Though, granted, sometimes it's family members that she knows.
My brother's dog Skipper will occasionally bark at his own reflection if he sees it in our sliding glass door, and that annoys everyone. Because for whatever reason, it always seems to happen when everything is dead quiet and everyone has gone to bed.
Yeah. All right. It's possible Black Cat and Spider-Man won't get married. In the solicitations of Black Cat #6, Felicia Hardy breaks off her faux relationship with Johnny Storm, and she's got a date with a mysterious character. It reads, things didn't quite work out between Felicia and Johnny Storm, maybe because it was at least half just a way into 4 Yancey Street.
Hmm.
So the Black Cat has a real date, but with who? Meanwhile, she doesn't know Odessa Drake and the Thieves Guild have captured her mentor, the Black Fox, and have horrible plans for him.
This is not a bad setup for a plot, although I find this whole thing very annoying for reasons I've already stated.
Yeah. Are you interested in seeing Black Cat and Spider-Man's wedding? Do you think they'll actually get married? Probably not get married, and I'm interested in story potential. However, I don't think they're going to utilize story potential.
Yeah, one of them is going to leave the other at the altar. It's inevitable. Or they're going to make some drama about Spider-Man revealing his secret identity to her, I think.
Funny enough, I'm actually writing a story. I'm writing my pitch for the third Spider-Man MCU movie.
Mhm.
It involves Black Cat and Tombstone. They're connected. Not going to say how, but they are.
I think you might have mentioned this to me before when we were off air.
I do mean I'm not mentioning it to the folks watching.
The audience or the people who will watch this later.
So yeah, our audience, I will not mention that to you, just on the fact that I want you to actually go check out the video when it comes out in about like a month or so.
Yes.
Because I have a very inconsistent upload schedule. Because I hardly ever have ideas for videos. This thing on? Hello?
Yes, it is on.
I was just checking because I feel like there's a laugh track coming, but whatever. Mary Sue article now. Yay! It's not like Rachel.
The way you said that made it sound like an anime attack, like Mary Sue article.
It's not by Rachel Leachman, believe it or not. So this is like our second article we've covered. The second article that we've covered that is not by Rachel Leachman. And again, I feel like we have to clarify this. We do not specifically go after Rachel Leachman. We only have happenstance on the fact that the articles that she writes are often ones we cover based on their title and content.
Yeah. Nor do we specifically go after the Mary Sue. It just so happens that we search for stupid, and very often the stupidity levels contained within the average Mary Sue articles go make our detectors go ding quite often.
All honesty, usually Mary Sue is often the fourth or fifth website I look for in content.
And also, it doesn't really do for us to cover things from like Bounding into Comics or Bleeding Fool, because they tend to agree with us or state similar things that we would state.
Yeah, and
it does, however, give us a lot of things to cover if we go basically to the heart of the disagreement zone.
Yeah, it's just more of it's more of like a padding of time, and also it's just it flexes we're able to work out with our like arguments and stuff. It's just so we're better able to argue points. And stuff.
It keeps the blades of our minds more sharp when people aren't agreeing with us. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so the Eternals is confirmed to feature a gay protagonist, so hopefully Marvel will step up. Is the headline for this article, and the tagline is "Don't Mess This Up" by Kate Gardner.
And because this is the Mary Sue, you can probably see where this is going. They're going to make a big deal about the gay thing and then assume that Marvel hasn't gayed enough, basically. And before anyone asks me about that, I am a bisexual person, and I mostly prefer dudes, so there's that.
And I treat you no different.
Yes.
Okay. While Valkyrie will be the first bisexual character to grace Marvel's Cinematic Universe, we will also be getting LGBTQ representation in upcoming film Marvel's Eternals. Okay. It's just the fact that they have to constantly point out this kind of stuff that annoys me, just on the fact that they can't just be interesting characters.
Yeah, like I'm fine. obviously, as a bisexual person, I am fine with this, but my issue is that going to be the entirety of the character's character, or are there going to be other things? And if there are going to be other things, then why would you zero in and focus specifically on this particular kind of character and demographic?
Yeah, it's just
Why is this what defines her rather than just an aspect of what they are?
I mean, she's also an alcoholic, a fallen warrior, a also.
Well, you're talking about Valkyrie. I was talking about the character from Eternals.
Oh, well, but I guess my point still stands: is that is this character interesting, or is that just it? They're a gay character, gay protagonist.
Yeah, are they a means to ticking the identity box, or is there other aspects to their character?
And I listed things off of Valkyrie because they did mention that she was like the first bisexual character to grace Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm just listing things that make her interesting, and her bisexuality, I'm going to be honest, is not one of them.
Well, I mean, if they give her an interesting partner to play off of, then fine. But
right. It's just I'm talking as herself, like the character herself.
You don't care about a character's sexuality because of their sexuality. You care about their sexuality because of the romantic and personal relationships that inevitably leads to. Like, for example, I've often stated that Hulkling and Wiccan are possibly the cutest couple in all of comics. But it's because they have an interesting relationship and they play off each other extremely well. It's not because they're gay.
Yeah. Dalton?
Yeah.
I am interested in doing that story that you asked me to do for them, but I feel like we should save that to like February, next February.
Yes, I want a Hulkling and Wiccan superhero movie that is basically the MCU spin on a rom-com. I totally want that.
Believe it or not, rom-coms are kind of dying.
I can believe that because the majority of the ones that I have seen recently have been shit. With the ironic exception of a gay rom-com that I saw recently called Love, Simon, which is pretty good, although it didn't satiate me, and given that I'm probably part of its target audience, that's probably bad.
I mostly didn't like the movie on the fact that it was the. I guess the whole thing with me is that it came out like 2017, right?
Right around there, or somewhere in there.
It was 2017, and basically having a story of this guy coming out to his parents and stuff. I mean, I feel like I'm not. Part of me feels like I'm not properly explaining that. It's just. Honestly, also the fact that I've never really been interested in rom-coms, even though I'm a hopeless romantic.
Well, it's because the vast majority of rom-coms are not very good.
Yeah.
They lean a little bit. They lean a little bit too heavy on the com and not enough on the rom, as it were.
Again, I always say this: balance, people. It's a fucking thing. You need to do it.
Yes.
But I think for me, I actually like a lot of relationships that are in like literary. To be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I like reading a romance than watching.
There's actually a really good romance novel called Perception that I found.
Actually, okay. What I mean by that is that there is a romance within a story, but it's not like romance is not like the central genre of that story. Is what I mean.
Yeah, but anyway, interestingly enough, this story got its start on Wattpad, and apparently some publisher liked it enough that they actually wanted to publish it as a book.
Lucky bastards.
Yeah. Although, as someone who read the story, totally agree with the option to publish it, because it was like most Wattpad stories, especially the romance ones, are kind of trashy, especially the gay romance ones, which are the ones that I mostly read. But this one was a cut above the rest by several orders of magnitude, so I can totally understand why.
I read one. I can't remember what it was called, but it was urban, I guess, kind of. It was super. weird. It had its cringy moments, but the relationship was interestingly built to an extent. It was about basically a college roommates that, well, it was boy and a girl, so
Hmm.
they got stuck together because everyone else had roommates and stuff.
I was gonna say because co-ed is not exactly a common thing with dorms.
Yeah. It was. I think it was good. I mean, it's been years since I read that story, so I'd have to reread it now with everything I know and stuff to get a better sense of it.
Hmm.
Because to be honest, I was a horny teenager when I read it.
Yeah, that'll get you through quite a lot. But then again, sometimes that's why I read the trashy gay romance novels I read because I want to have an excuse to get myself off.
Thank you for that, Image Dalton.
What? Like that's supposed to be the most brutally honest thing we say on any given stream.
Fair point, but it's. I
Your reaction is making it adorable.
mean, granted, I've seen some weird stuff along those lines, but
But the mental image of a friend of yours getting themselves off is not something you need to do right now.
no, dude, it's worse that you're my friend.
Cause you feel like you're like violating privacy or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then again, if I didn't want the image there, I wouldn't have put the image there, so you're fine. You're not violating my consent by imagining me like that. That being said, it is
Honestly, it's
also
gonna be.
extremely weird to imagine you imagining that.
I mean,
Um,
granted, before you came on before stream and stuff, we I was watching I was watching a show on YouTube,
mm-hmm.
and they did a whole joke where Monsieur Mala and the Brain has has
Okay,
it,
I am now immediately shipping them.
well, I mean, they're already together in the
Right.
comics and stuff. They are. You didn't know that?
I didn't know they were a couple. No, I did not know that.
Yeah, yeah. Monsieur Mala and the Brain are a couple.
And now, of course, I'm mentally rewriting the Pinky and the Brain song for this. Mala and the Brain.
Yeah, I believe that DC last year in February did a Valentine's short story for them.
Aww. Even villains deserve happy endings, so yay.
Depends on the villain.
Well, but I mean, everyone deserves love.
Again, depends on the person.
I didn't say they had to be not equally fucked up. Like, for example, I kind of think that Harley and the Joker deserve each other to an extent.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel bad for Harley a lot.
Um, there are times when I feel bad for her, but it's mostly when I think the writing is bad. Usually, she brings it on herself, and she knows she brings it on herself. So,
Well, no, I feel like she was emotionally manipulated by the Joker and stuff. So
mhm. Well, but I mean, in order for fucked up people to experience love, they need an equally fucked up person to experience it with. So, I think that works.
honestly, it might just be the rational person in me, and I'd be willing to see how fucked up and like how the two fucked up people are
Well,
able.
but I mean, you seek someone that fills in your holes both literally and metaphorically. So
Yeah. Granted, I've always wanted to shoot the Joker just on the fact that I wanted to be known as the guy who killed the Joker, but also to end his evil.
that reminds me of what was it? What was his name? Harvey in Batman the animated series.
Oh yeah.
The guy who got so like fucked in the head because the Joker had taken his family that he literally made the Joker cry for mercy to Batman.
Yeah, I have always thought of doing that. Like, just like if I lived in the world, I would have captured the Joker and just done the whole. There's no gonna be no grand finale for you. You're just gonna die here with some nobody.
Yeah, I love that he I love that it was the card he played with the Joker that you're never going to get your grand clash with the Dark Knight. All your evil machinations are going to amount to nothing because you're going to die here with someone who doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things. Because that is just genius. That is the one thing that you can threaten the Joker with, and he found it.
Yeah. Though I am kind of afraid that I feel like Joker might manipulate me to a point.
And then of course, Batman shows up, and the Joker's response is just, "How long have you been there?"
Yeah.
As though like he's afraid to get caught with his pants down or have his friend get one over on him. And that is the fundamental thing about that version of Batman and the Joker. I think neither of them will ever admit it, but they're the closest thing each other have to friends.
Which is sad in so many ways.
Well, it's sad, but it's also kind of heartwarming that your worst enemy is also your best friend.
I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. It's just again, I'm thinking in terms of real world stuff. I guess.
Right, but my approach is just, make the best of a bad situation. So if there's that one kernel of heartwarming in the middle of a sea of shit, then take it.
Yeah. Honestly, I've always thought, what would be the most disgraceful way to kill the Joker? You know, like
Um,
like the way, like how do you really insult him? I guess is the best way to say. Greatest
um,
insult to the clown before he dies.
you couldn't do it from a human scale. You'd have to be able to control like the mechanisms of fate and coincidence and shit. But to me, the most insulting and tragic way for the Joker to go out would be if he was in a room designing his latest death trap or his latest bomb or what have you, and it blew up in his face before he could finish it. So people would never know what happened to the Joker except for maybe Batman when he would go investigating, because he inevitably would go a little nuts thinking the Joker can't just disappear, and he would find him there, and it would essentially amount to, after all of that, after all of the big grand adventures, after all of the grand criminal enterprises, the Joker's joke blew up in his face,
That's
and no
and
one
that is the
ever
comedian's
noticed.
worst fear.
Well, not only that, but in the same vein as the whole Harvey thing, the Joker's biggest fear is not making an impact on the world, not
Yeah,
making a difference, being forgotten,
yeah.
etc.
I know a lot of flack gets thrown like at Arkham Knight with like its story, which I will say some of it is justified, mainly with like the major ending. But the ending for the Joker, that 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 works because he
Yeah.
doesn't want to be forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, for one thing, it might be something from his past, but also just on the fact that he is, and I said it before, he's a showman. You know,
Yeah.
he's a
And if you're going to go out with a bang and a show.
mm-hmm.
Big show stopping finale. Make them all pay attention to you one last time, etc.
Yeah.
On that level, I kind of relate to the Joker, because my worst fear is dying alone and forgotten, and nobody who isn't obliged by the social contract ever caring that I was even here. and then it was staggeringly quiet for more than it should have been as he contemplated that.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's just that felt like fucking staring into the abyss for a second there, because like that was the absolute worst place to put an awkward pause.
I think I was staring into that abyss, but I am good now.
Well, as long as we're both there to pull each other back, I guess.
Well, honestly, Don, I don't think I could ever forget you. Even if I got amnesia, I couldn't.
I'm laughing at the image of you with amnesia, but please fucking never get amnesia or Alzheimer's or anything. Fuck. And it got deeper than it should have, and we should get back to the article before we both go insane from looking into the existential dread of our own lives for too long.
Right, okay. I think that's why people are here. To enjoy our little moment of humanity.
This is what you metaphorically pay us for, so it's fine, but still, fucking hell.
Right. Well, again, it's just because these articles are always just a waste of time, and we find more enjoyment out of this.
They're a beautiful springboard for bringing out the deep recesses of our minds, though. So for that, I guess we have to be grateful.
Right.
You
And,
are good at one. You are good at one thing, Mary Sue. You are good at being so stupid that it reboots our brains and makes us get all philosophically existential and shit.
also kind of heartwarming, I guess. It makes us heartwarming.
It does, because there have been a lot of personal bonding moments between the two of us shared because of these moments. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Joey may not like you, Mary Sue, but thank you.
You are good for something, and that is the highest compliment that I can pay you. Amidst all the insults that I am now almost legally obliged to pay you.
In a recent interview with Marvel Studios co-president Kevin Feige at D23 for Good Morning America, Feige said of the character that he's married, he's got a family, and that's just part of who he is. You can check out the clip at the 2-minute mark below. Really don't want to.
But that being said, that's a good. I think that's a good way to spin it, because you rarely actually ever see gay couples that have already been married and have a family. There's a lot of hay made about the romanticizing, and Lord knows there's a reason for it, because we those of us that are gay and what have you do tend towards the romantic side of the spectrum, I think. But it is nice to see a character who is just, this is just a thing, and now we're moving on.
Right. So good on Kevin Feige, though I'm not sure if he might just be spinning it for PR reasons, obviously.
Well, true, but I mean, the man has made.
I'm not doubting him. I'm just worried on like the writers and the directors of Eternals is the thing.
Yeah, it is very much up to the writers and the director and things, but I think that is a simple enough idea that I don't think they could fuck it up.
Right.
Now, I'm going to knock on wood now, because I have a strong suspicion I might be eating my words come November of next year, but I really hope not. Knock.
Yeah. Yeah, I still don't feel like it's a good time to bring up like some of the quote unquote gay characters I've written just yet.
No, we might get there though. Who knows?
Okay. There are plenty of possibilities for who this character might be, but the prevailing fan theory is that it will be Icarus. It will be played by Richard Madden.
Okay, so they are going for a gay male character, male gay character instead of a female gay character. That honestly gets a few more props from me because,
Good on them.
as I've often said, the female on female relationship is the marketable kind of gay.
I'm gonna check out who Richard Madden is just out of curiosity.
Hmm.
But please continue.
I'm just curious how they'll handle it, and if it is Icarus and
Holy shit!
what happened.
Oh, Richard Madden. He's Rob Stark.
Ah, okay. That fills me with some more confidence. But hey, that means we'll have a Stark and a Snow in the middle of Eternals, lol.
Yeah.
Because of
Um,
course Kit Harington and then
Richard Madden.
yeah.
Funny enough, I remember watching like the British series of Sirens, which is like a medical comedy drama.
Mm-hmm.
America also made one, which is the first one I watched. Both are pretty
Yeah.
funny and stuff. Both I believe are canceled now, unfortunately.
Huh.
Well, have been canceled for years now, which is a shame because they're both really good. He also played a gay character. I'm not sure if he himself is gay or not. I never really. He is a good actor. Is ultimately what I'm saying, and hopefully they give him a good character.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Although one thing that doesn't worry me about Eternals is the casting. The casting is excellent.
Yeah.
Even though the characters are changed significantly from what I would prefer in some cases. For example, Icarus is supposed to kind of famously have very, very blonde hair, and I don't think he will in this version.
Well, they could do the whole dying thing, like
They could, but in none of the concept art does it look like they have. So they're probably just retconning it.
Well, again, this is like a fan theory, so.
And they also probably don't want to make him seem too similar to Adam Warlock, and that's fine, I guess.
Rumors have been swirling that Eternals will feature an openly gay character for a while. And now Feige has confirmed that finally, the MCU will be moving into the present with openly queer characters who aren't just Joe Russo talking about being sat on a date with an unseen man. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's a little smarmy, because the whole art as a means to an end thing is bullshit, and
I actually liked Joe Russo, like that character he was playing, just on the fact that, well, again, you could have switched it from a man to a woman, and it still would have worked on how like someone is trying to get over the grief of losing someone else 5 years ago after the snap. I thought, whatever. I don't care. It's just I hate that bullshit about like moving into the present. Fuck off.
yeah, you don't control culture, and to the extent that you do control culture, you need to fuck right off, please.
Wish Garuff was here, man. I feel like he'd have some major insight on this.
Probably.
Well, by insight, I mean him being corrupt. So.
Yes. He would have made a dozen sodomy jokes already, I have a feeling.
Yeah. Okay. There's also, I don't know. I feel like we could talk about how the whole openly, like I'm using air quotes by the way, openly queer characters thing is that aren't they supposed to be characters first and all the other stuff second? Like it could be major to the characters. Obviously, it's just
Yeah, and it is a big part of the people's lives that it is involved with. Trust me,
Yeah, yeah.
I remember being or figuring out that I was at the very least gay in when I was 13, and high school was very both difficult and interesting because of it.
Yeah. But where's I going with this? Again, it's just focus on them being relatable and just pe- just characters that get people to care about, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, all in all, I could probably relate to a gay character if they are good characters.
Again, Hulkling and Wiccan are best couple because they're so awesome.
Yeah, cool.
And of course, John Constantine is bisexual, but it is by far and away the least interesting thing about him because he's
He's a
just
dick.
John is freaking awesome.
Yeah. I was also gonna say,
Except when he's Keanu Reeves, then but still.
you're never gonna let that go, are you?
Never. But hey, we have Matt Ryan now, so all is right with the world in the realm of Constantine.
Yeah. There's also, sorry. Jesus. Then my legs are going numb.
Oh, I'm yawning a lot too. It's fine.
Okay. There's also the chance that this could be a relatively misleading statement. Jesus Christ.
Explain what you mean, please, Kate.
I don't doubt that Feige is being honest about putting in a gay character, but I could also see Marvel giving the character sexuality a blink, and you'll miss an introduction, so as to keep things as marketable with quotations as possible.
Or more likely, they'll just make the one of the female characters gay, and because lesbians are more marketable than any other subcategory of gay people.
I have
Because of course there are so many people who fetishize the idea of multiple women fighting over them, which just goes back to our statement earlier about how nobody really gives a shit about men as an identity because women are seen as valuable. Hence, being with two women makes you twice as valuable. But being with any kind of man without a woman is icky and terrible and awful. And we should.
okay. What context do you mean? Because are you talking like friends or actual romantics?
I mean like in the like traditional approach to male on male romantic relationships.
Okay.
The average perception of it like a traditionalist in those kind of situations.
Fucking morons.
Women are valuable, so more women means good, but men are corrupt and disposable, so multiple men with the absence of any women, bad. And of course, the whole reason for homophobia largely was, ew, you don't love women, you love men. How gross, womp.
Also, apparently, like an AIDS thing or something.
Oh yes, the AIDS crisis, which is a whole nother barrel of historical kettles here.
Right. Okay. So we're not gonna really touch on that, but I just.
Yeah, but it's stupid, and if anything, they'll probably make another woman gay, and it'll be fine.
Right. But the whole thing is, it probably is going to be a blink and a miss it kind of deal. Not okay. Maybe not entirely. It's just the fact is that one, they have to carry on a fucking story without stopping the whole story.
And also they have a whole team to introduce, so the portion of time devoted to each character is going to be minimal, especially if they want to fix the quote unquote villain problem again and give Black Knight something interesting to do.
Yeah. But,
although it would be very interesting if Black Knight was gay. That would be fun.
Yeah. I don't know how that fits in with SJWs because Kit Harington isn't gay. Because, you know, that whole representation.
Yeah, the whole, in order to play a gay character, you should hire a gay actor because representation, yeah.
And I'm just going to say it, for fuck's sake, if it's an interesting character,
Yeah.
and they're gay, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And also by insisting that only gay characters can play, or
Gay
only
actors.
gay actors can play gay characters, you're reducing your potential talent pool by like 90% because only 10% of the human population is even gay,
Really?
or some variation of that. And yes, it's 10%, not 1%, because as we've seen in just about every other mammal species, the interval is about 10% of any given population. So
Well,
yeah.
okay, so I thought it was and I don't know, for some reason I thought like 12 or at least like 8%. Somewhere within that mark.
It lingers right in there around 10 is what I mean. There are some people who think that like people who are not straight are only like 1% of the population, which would make us kind of an outlier for every other goddamn mammal species. Because funny thing they don't tell you, especially the people who want to say that homosexuality isn't natural, but we're not the only mammal species that exhibit homosexual tendencies sometimes. And in the populations of those species, the amount of those species that are gay or will exhibit homosexual behavior is anywhere from 10 to 15%, usually closer to 10 though.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day. Specifically when Dalton is around.
I do my best to remain useful and informative. I hope I succeed.
But again, it's just I'm sure it'll probably I don't think it's going to be like given a big spotlight where it like takes up like a quarter of the movie.
Yeah. If this was that specific character's movie, then by all means, like I said, I want a Hulkling and Wiccan rom-com movie.
A good one.
But given that there is a whole team to establish and also a villain, and also this is supposed to take place over the course of millions of years throughout the entire history of the Marvel Universe, you kind of gotta cut corners somewhere.
Yeah. It is sadly likely. It is the sadly likely option. It is a sadly likely option that Eternals will have a vague reference to a husband and child, but that will. What the fuck? I don't know if that's a spelling error or I'm just reading that wrong.
Well, just try reading it as it's written and see if that helps.
It is a sadly likely option that Eternals will have a vague reference to a husband and child, but that will be it. Or worse, that they've been fridged off screen for maximum pain. Oh,
yeah, that will be it basically.
So just a spelling error and editors not doing their fucking jobs again.
Yeah.
And we're also going with the whole fridging thing. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms as well. But I would like more than just a wink and a blink and you'll miss it reference to it. I'll be fair, but
yeah, I won't disagree. It's just I feel like it shouldn't be the main crux of one, that character, and two,
the movie.
Yeah.
But to compare it to an equivalent straight character, we never actually see Drax's family, do we? We only know that that's what motivates the loss of his family is what motivates him. So if it's something analogous to that, I can't really blame them. Also, because when gay characters' gayness is the only thing about them, a certain proportion of SJWs whine that you didn't give the gay character anything else to do. He's just supposed to be the token gay character. And if that's the rule, then you shouldn't whine when the gay character's doing other things instead of repeating the mantra "I'm gay" every 5 minutes.
Whine, inconsistent, whining bastards.
Well, it's to be fair, it's different people whining about two different things, but I would prefer if y'all feminists would have some sort of Council of Nicaea type thing where you could work out the canon of feminism, please. Is it good that a gay character is focused on for being gay, or is it bad that a gay character is focused on for being gay? Is it empowering that a woman owns her sexuality, or is it objectifying because of male gaze? Please feel free to argue amongst yourselves, feminists, and in the interim, abdicate your positions of power so you don't fuck up our society trying to work this out, please. You can go off into some feminist commune where you can argue this point amongst yourselves and come back to us when you get to a definitive answer.
But okay, there is an interesting thing though, is the fact that the Eternals are immortal, right?
Yes.
And immortals, in a lot of stories I've either read or heard, like watched, they have tons of families who die off because obviously they're immortal.
Yeah, but because this is a troop of them, I would imagine they're not going to do that because they have each other.
Right. But you get my point though, is that
yeah,
if they were going to kill a family, it makes sense on the fact that
it would be a character related thing to have his family die and then have him have to live literally forever dealing with the loss of his family, knowing full well that anyone around him isn't going to be able to fill that void because the Eternals are the only immortals around. Then again, there is an entire race of them. What I'm suspecting is that these Eternals will be migrants from Saturn or Saturn's moon, which is where the Eternals
Titan?
set up their civilization. Yes.
Wait a minute, is Thanos from Titan?
He is, yes.
Huh.
Yeah, Thanos is from one of Saturn's moons. It's a very interesting universe.
Well, it's just a
What?
I just thought I thought it was a planet, like from the MCU, I guess.
Well, it is in a sense because of course people live on it and shit, but it is a moon of Saturn.
Okay. Weird thing is, I actually looked up for a story once about like Titan. It's entirely it has methane, entire methane pits, like a surface of methane and stuff. So technically, you couldn't live there.
Yeah.
But it's suspension of disbelief, obviously.
Well, and also presumably they cultivated that methane and terraformed the planet.
Yeah.
Whenever they emigrated from Earth to Titan.
But
and also there is a way, I suppose you could make the argument that the Titanese people, if I suppose that's what you call them, made basically an illusion to fool the Earth sensors when the Earth sensors came a probing.
Yeah. But okay, so moving forward, because I feel like if we try to wrap our brains about like certain stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and while we don't need to throw a parade to ensure we know a character is gay, Oh, hey, that's something we agree on. Probably going to be the only thing with this article.
Yeah, and also I wonder how consistent you will be in that belief.
It would be nice to have the character's family play a role.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you that one, Kate. Yes, I agree with the Mary Sue writer on one thing, and now I feel dirty. So I need to go get a shower after this because I agree with the Mary Sue writer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. I mean, again, that's probably going to be the only things we agree on. But in the
And
fact,
I don't expect her to be consistent. What I expect is going to happen is her to say, I don't expect a parade, dot dot dot, but we should focus more on the gayness of this character, which is infinitely hypocritical. To say,
holy shit,
hmm,
we're almost done with this article.
we might make it to the end without them horribly contradicting themselves, but I don't think so.
Well, no, this is actually like one of the shortest articles we have.
And it's
Read.
also one of the most sensible ones. Who knew? It's almost like you shouldn't just let yourself ramble on incessantly, Mary Sue. Also, you should give Allison Tiemann her like $75 of um convention money and legal fees back. Just saying. I know I'm still bitter about the whole you slandered the honey badgers and then they sued you thing, but you slandered the honey badgers and then they sued you thing.
Yeah, okay. I could be mistaken though, and I hope I am. Marvel has the chance for an important moment of representation with the Eternals, which features an inclusive cast. Oh my god! Not the fact that the actors are good, not the fact that what else, but
Yeah,
no, it's inclusive.
yeah, but did I not call it? We shouldn't focus too much on this character's sexuality. Dot dot dot. But this is so important, and we should focus so much on it. Dot dot dot. Like, guys,
Well, at least she didn't.
can you at least make it through a single sentence without contradicting yourselves here, Kate?
Having a gay man happily married with a family would showcase a future for queer kids watching the film.
For one thing, the Eternals are set in predominantly the past, so having them be future oriented really isn't thematically relevant here,
Well,
and
no,
would be
it's not that. It's that real world effects, I guess.
well, yeah. It's the whole art as a means to an end rather than an end in itself thing all over again.
Yeah.
And again, art is supposed to be a end in itself and not a means to an end.
I don't know how you're gonna feel about the next sentences.
Let's have it.
It promises if it can be okay for this person, it can be okay for you as well. We need more happy queer narratives because that shows those that need it most that real stories can end happily as well. What the?
Don't condescend to me, you stupid bitch.
Honestly, I don't even get what she's trying to say, to be honest.
She's saying that gay art is important because it has a sociocultural or political impact on actual gay people.
You're a fucking idiot, Kate.
Yes, and you're a shrew, which is a joke I will make every time we cover a writer whose name is Kate. Because the woman in Taming of the Shrew is named Kate.
But seriously, why can't it just be a good movie? And yes, if it has a gay character that makes an impact and shit, fine, that's fine. Okay, I'm not disagreeing that it could help a queer person. I'm just saying that shouldn't be the main focus.
Yeah, the purpose of art should first and foremost be to have merit, and any other things about it will be entirely incidental.
Yeah, seriously, it's just I would look forward to this movie, not based on the fact that Spider-Man just kind of broke me with Marvel, the MCU.
Well, but at least Spider-Man is gone now, so you don't have to be triggered by it anymore.
I still hate it though.
I know, but you're going to therapeutically get out all your frustrations on rewriting it, and then everything will be fine.
Yeah, I actually was going to do a full fanfic series, but
Yeah.
I decided against that. Just on the
Yeah,
fact
just do some purge therapy is what they call it. Just purge all of your rage by creatively writing about it.
well, I'm doing like the videos as overviews for them. It's just I tried to literally write out fan fictions, like a full, like the chapters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Took too long, and I had other things to do, namely this podcast and videos and stuff.
Yeah.
So, kind of decided against that. But again, I don't get it. Like, it's the whole thing with, yeah, I'm okay with representation, but I more have a problem with it when it's the thing that takes up.
When you bend the art over to make it a means to an end rather than an end in itself.
Thank you, Dalton.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like. That's what I.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like about
because art's job is not supposed to be as a cultural or socio-political force. Art's job is to be valuable.
Yep.
And if you make art less valuable for the sake of making it more political and cultural, then you have failed at art, madam. You have failed at art miserably. And it disturbs me mightily that you guys think that merit is just a harmful social construct and that the only purpose for art is as a means to an end.
Mm-hmm. Marvel's track record with LGBTQ plus representation has been shoddy at best, so I approach this with cynicism. However, I am happy to be proven wrong in this situation.
Wait, did she remove a letter?
LGBTQ plus.
Okay, so no, I could have sworn she left out the T, but okay, never
I
mind.
I might have said it wrong the first time, so
Okay,
maybe
that's on you. I was about to make a really really hilarious thing about how they left out a letter, but okay, if they didn't leave out a letter, then that's fine.
But it's funny that she says that she's going to approach this with cynicism because I think that's all they do is cynicism.
Yeah, everything has to be a means to an end, or everything is a harmful social construct. Wah.
Ball is in Marvel's court for this. They can either continue their track record of having blink and you'll miss it representation, or they can make waves and feature a gay character get his happily ever after. We'll find out how it goes next. We'll find out how it goes next year.
The fact that of all the things about the Eternals that you might be able to find interesting, you focus on this really annoys me because the Eternals are a very underappreciated franchise, in my opinion. Granted, I am in the easiest lay in the world for weird cosmic mystical stuff, but that being said, it's still really fucking cool. As if like this is one of the last creations of the late great Jack Kirby. May he be praised. So yeah, the fact that you're hyper focusing on McGayness instead of any of the cool shit that is in Eternals really annoys me.
Yeah. Before we end on that topic, I will mention about my gay characters, but first I will have to quickly disappear for a moment. So, please be entertaining for like, I don't know, a minute.
Okay, I think I can manage that. Do 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 do. Yeah, for anyone who's interested in where to start with the Eternals, you can get, I believe, the entire Jack Kirby run in trade format, and you can also get the Neil Gaiman run, which is also really good. It's not Gaiman's best work because Gaiman does fantasy and mythology better than sci-fi, but he's still Neil Gaiman. So the Gaiman run and the Kirby run are both available on Amazon in trade form. So if you want to get familiar with the Eternals prior to the movie, that would be the means that I would suggest you do that. And do, because again, late great Jack Kirby and the awesomeness that is Neil Gaiman. So, and now we wait. Dum da dum da 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 dum.
I return.
Huzzah.
And in case, well, I know anyone cannot see me, so I have to stand because my legs are fucking numb as hell.
Yeah.
And I had a memory foam pillow. You know, my chair is so like stiff and shit. Like when I stay there for like I don't know, like a little over 3 hours.
You should get one of those cushy computer chairs to use.
That's a thing.
Yeah, there are chairs specifically designed to be comfortable while sitting at the computer.
Well, I'm honestly thinking of maybe getting a recliner. Well, that wouldn't work.
I'll have to send you images of like gaming and computer chairs.
Oh, those chairs! I've seen those chairs. I don't know. I feel like they'd be too expensive for me.
Probably, but given how much time you spend sitting at the computer, it might be worth it.
Yeah, probably.
Given that the damage that's probably being incurred by your back there is quite substantial.
No, I'm kind of I hunch myself over to. I don't really sit on the. That's another problem, I guess. So, right. Okay.
Well,
So,
if you had a nice fucking cushy chair, you might sit back in it more.
recliner, dude. I've seen some pretty nice ass recliners.
Mm-hmm.
We had to get rid of them though because of fucking bed bugs.
Aww.
Right. Comicbookmovie.com. Joker star Mark Maron doesn't want to hear your complaints about him disliking Marvel movies.
Well, add this to the tentative list of actors who have absolutely no conception of hypocrisy and or self-hating fucks. But
Well, I mean, wait, does he hate? Does he hate being the Joker?
I've seen enough of these articles to know what's coming, and I'm suspecting to be blinded by the sheer light of hypocrisy here. So,
I don't know. It's just for me, I don't know. I guess the way I kind of read it was, well, not, I haven't read the article. I'm just saying like the headline is that I guess he just doesn't want. I don't know. Part of me just thinks he doesn't like Marvel. You know, a lot of people not like Marvel movies. That's fine.
Yeah, if he makes a good argument and it's not when some hypocritical statement about comic books being for kids, yada yada yada, then that's fine. But knowing what we went through in the 10 directors who don't like comic book movies or think that comic book movies are killing Hollywood list there, I'm suspecting a lot of bullshit.
Right.
A lot of bullshit.
Glow star and stand-up comedian Mark Maron has a minor role in Joker, and recent remarks he made about Marvel movies has led to quite a bit of backlash. Now, Maron has responded on social media.
Never a good idea.
Yeah. Mark Maron recently appeared on Conan. Who the hell watches Conan anymore?
Presumably the same people who still watch the mainstream media, which is an ever shrinking market. I like Conan as a personality, though. He's fine.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. Honestly, I prefer him in small,
Yeah,
small chunks.
large doses of Conan are not recommended, but small creative dosages are nice.
Yeah. Okay, so he recently appeared on Conan and talked about the negative cultural impact he believes Marvel movies. There's no S though; it's Marvel movie. So it's a
See, this is what I was afraid of. He's gonna extrapolate his dislike of Marvel movies all the way out to this is ruining Hollywood and creativity and stuff again.
are having while jokingly dismissing them as being for grown male nerd childs. Is that a facepalm?
Yes. Did I call it or did I call it? In the first two goddamn sentences, we already have confirmation of everything I was afraid of. Fucking
Actually,
hell.
that is one whole sentence.
Yeah, so in the first sentence, I was validated by every potential criticism that I was about to have for it. Which is yay for me. I called it, but like I really wish I hadn't called it.
Right.
Also, Mark, I believe your name is, or what the fuck is his name?
Mark Maron.
Mark. You make a living as an actor, dude. That is essentially the apotheosis of children playing pretend, dude. So you do not have the authoritative leeway to criticize anyone else for being grown man nerd childs, which aside from anything else, it's just a really shitty coinage. Like be more creative in your wordsmithing, please. Come up with some interesting insults that actually, structurally and syntactically make sense, please. Because that really doesn't syntactically make any fucking sense. It is a very poor choice of phrasing.
Oh shit! I forgot to, for last article. I forgot to bring up the. Yeah, I'll do it after this one.
Okay.
That's my bad.
It's alright.
All right. Wait, did I already read this? Needless to say, the response to his remarks has been a vocal one, and now he's taking to social media to elaborate. Great.
In other words, people called you stupid for saying a stupid thing, and you felt the need to whine at them.
As you can see below, he's standing by what he said, but also makes it clear that he does appreciate comic books as a whole. Well,
If he does the everything except superheroes thing, I'm gonna be pissed at him.
Maron also addresses his role in Joker, an upcoming DC Comics movie, which some have claimed makes him a hypocrite.
Kind of. If you're going to just shit on the dominant cultural zeitgeist, it's probably best not to profit off of said cultural zeitgeist. Just saying. Unless like you are going to start the anti-comic book movie movement or something, then it's totally like anti-feminists making a living off of bitching about the stupidity of feminists is totally fine and whatnot. But like, if you are against superhero movies or comic book movies, it's probably best not to find yourself in one.
Yeah.
For the sake of consistency of principles and standing by your integrity and shit. And of course, logic.
The actor and stand-up comedian points out that what attracted him to that project is the fact that it tells a very human story, and he also makes it clear that he didn't appear for a massive payday.
Okay, fair enough, but you're implying there that other comic book movies or other superhero movies can't tell, quote, very human stories.
Though, okay,
And
I would say after Phase 1, it started to be more about a massive payday.
well, I mean, that's a criticism. That's a criticism for those specific Marvel movies. I'll grant you. But what I mean is, he's saying, or he appears to be implying, that on average, in general, superhero movies don't tell human, grounded human stories or anything.
Oh, yeah, no, that I disagree with entirely, just on
Yeah.
the fact that, I
Yeah.
mean, we can name so many stories already from the top of
Well,
our.
not to mention, what is the oldest structure in storytelling? The oldest structure in storytelling,
Hero's Journey.
yes, is the hero's journey, going back all the way to the fucking Epic of Gilgamesh. That is the original human story. If anything, you could argue, and I think Joseph Campbell has done a fantastic job arguing it, that the hero's journey is the quintessential human story. He and Carl Jung both had that predilection, and I think there's some genuine truth in that. So saying that superheroes, which is the modern, I wouldn't even say the modern version of the hero's journey. I would just say it is the most extreme and most blunt use of the hero's journey in any medium ever, is not a strictly human story, is complete bullshit. To say that a genre that literally thrives itself on the hero's journey, which is the oldest human story in existence, is not human, is not only wrong and illogical, but also pig ignorant. And I'm afraid pigs are not more equal.
Yeah.
I am sorry I had to do the Orwell reference.
Well, no, I actually, I'm going to be honest, I actually used that time to heat up some pizza. I'm still heating now, but
Alrighty.
I figured you were dying down at the. I figured you died down, so I figured I'd pop back in. Okay, so, yeah, no, it's just I don't. To kind of relate to comic books and comic book movies, well, the first Iron Man is a good example of that.
Yeah.
He goes from being a selfish piece of shit to kind of a respectable guy. Not entirely a hero just yet, but he's on the first step.
Yeah. Doctor Strange goes from arrogant surgeon to hero's journey, etc.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of a non-Marvel / kind of mainstream one, but I can't really think of one that's good at least.
Well, I mean, the Batman, Luke Skywalker. You could go on for.
Well, I know I'm trying to relate it to comic book movies though.
Basically all of them have some semblance of the hero's journey. It's different in every case because each character is different, but
Right.
they're
I'm
all,
just. I'm.
they're
Well,
all
I'm trying to think of. Okay,
that Joseph Campbell monomyth.
Yeah, the hero of 1,000 faces. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, some diehard fans won't appreciate what Marin has to say here, but he doesn't seem to mean any harm with his comments, unlike Bill Mayer's vile remarks about Stan Lee.
Okay, you get points for acknowledging that. And Mark is excused for at least being more even-handed than most, but
Well, unlike Bill Mayer, I'm like looking at a couple of his tweets now, like the ones on the screen here. They actually don't seem that bad as compared to Bill Mayer, who was a fucking douchebag.
a contemptible twit. So yeah. That being said, you, sir, need to sort your shit out, Mark, because you once again have done the X is not real art because I say so thing. And that's not gonna fly.
I don't think he's. I don't know if he's saying that.
Well, he called superhero movies for what was it? Basement dwelling men.
Grown male nerd childs.
Yes. And
Though he
in
says he doesn't like Marvel movies, which I can kind of understand.
yeah, the issue is though saying that those are ruining Hollywood.
I
And
don't think he's saying that either, though, Dalton. I don't think he's saying that. He says that he doesn't like those movies. He's not at any point. I don't think he said that they're.
well, in the first sentence, it seemed like that was what he was saying, but
I think you might have interpreted that wrong, though.
that might be the writer reading that in there, which in that point, I guess the writer and I kind of agree on that, but still, Mark, speaking as someone who plays pretend for a living, essentially, without the frills and the fucking bullshit, you really shouldn't be casting dispersions on the art that some people enjoy, especially because a lot of those people are basically writing your checks, sir. And if you hate superhero movies or comic book movies so much, you might not want to find yourself in one, even if you have some secondary justification for it. Is that the end of the article?
A couple more sentences and the tweets.
Okay.
It's just his opinion, and that's something the Glow Star is perfectly entitled to. What do you guys think? And then it's his, it's his tweets after that. And some of the
All
tweets.
right. Let's actually read what you wrote then, shall we say, Mark?
Hey, Marvel movie fans, stop acting like outraged religious fanatics defending their belief system. It's okay if I don't believe. Let it go. Also, I'm a big fan of a lot of comic art. Try to relax your mainstream asses. Huh.
Okay, Mark, fuck you. Sometimes the mainstream is the mainstream for a reason because it actually has merits, and your
Well,
lack of ability
I
to
don't know.
see
Maybe
them.
he could be talking about he could be talking about like the normies of sorts that like these movies, the movies themselves, and not the stuff behind the movies.
Well, that's fair, I suppose, but he's still acting like a condescending twit for it. So,
And we haven't.
I'm
I'm not trying to defend him or anything. I guess I'm just trying to like play it from both sides. I guess.
well, I guess let's hear him out and hear what he has to say.
Okay. Apparently, the consensus is I'm allowed to have my opinion about MCU, but the use of the word nerd and grown man child and any suggestion of cultural infantilism, infantilism.
Infantilization, I think, is what he's going for there.
No, it's infantilism,
Yeah, but what he should have said is infantilization.
right? Was triggering. I get it. Noted.
Okay, Mark, it wasn't triggering. People demonstrated to you that you were wrong. Because you're wrong. You belittled an entire art form because you think it's for children, and implied that anyone that enjoys it has the mindset of a child. And further implied that this childishness was going to infect all of culture and ruin society, basically, or ruin art. So piss off, you simpering ape. And once again, I might point out the hypocrisy of someone who plays pretend for a living, mocking other people for being man children. And also, fuck you for using nerd as a slur. Nerd is a point of pride, and fuck you that might also have been something that people were trying to tell you. Nerd is not a negative and has never been, only by people who use it like it's an insult. But the people who are actually nerds know that it is a point of pride and something to be defended. Hence why so many people were defending it, I would imagine.
Dressing Joker. My heroes are human. I did the same with one of my heroes in real life.
Again, superheroes are human. The hero journey is the oldest story in fucking human society and psychology. Please fuck off. I'm trying to be charitable to you, like Brainstormer was a bit ago, Mark, but you are being an incredibly condescending twit. You're being more understanding than most people who make this fucking argument, I will give you that, but you are still being a condescending twit, and you are also still wrong. And so I shall bitch at you for being wrong.
Yeah.
In the vain hopes that you will someday realize that you are wrong and correct your faulty logic, or lack thereof.
Doesn't change the way I feel. Small compromise, probably a once in a lifetime opportunity. That's the problem with having human heroes, I guess.
Okay, Mark. Again, no one is bitching at you for having human heroes or anything of the
Oh no,
sort.
he's saying that's why he's in the Joker.
No, I know, but the way he phrased that made it seem like people were whining at him for having human heroes. And Mark, no one is whining at you for having human heroes. What we are saying to you, or what I am trying to say to you, I can't speak for other people. What I am trying to say to you is you were wrong in the estimation that superheroes are not human, or don't reflect something about human psychology or human society. Mark. Moreover, you took it that step further by associating that with childhood or childishness. You essentially said everyone who enjoys superhero movies is naive, or at the very least, everyone who enjoys Marvel movies is naive. And once again, given that you make your living from playing pretend when all the bells and whistles are taken off, and one of the movies you are currently playing pretend in is a comic book movie, you might want to turn down the condescension and the arrogance about 50 fucking notches, sir. You may be making a appeal to your opinion and your feelings, but what you do not have the right to do is condescend to other people on the basis of those feelings. If you want to show up with an argument and an opinion, then you are more than welcome to, but please be aware that other people are also entitled to come at you with arguments and opinions of their own, especially when your arguments and your opinions don't stand up to the 5 seconds of scrutiny that you should at least give them before posting it on Twitter. You don't just get to be an asshole, and then when people call you out for being an asshole, do you whine about people calling you out for being an asshole? Either own your assholishness and admit you fucked up, or refine your opinions slightly. Personally, I'd prefer the second option because, again, you're being more reasonable than most people who make this fucking argument. But you are still making this fucking argument, and it is still fucking stupid.
Don?
Yeah.
I think he's saying that the only reason he's in Joker is because Robert De Niro is in it, based on what he said below in the next comment. That his hero is Robert De Niro, and since Robert De Niro is playing in the Joker, that's the only reason why, so he can interact with Robert De Niro.
Then you, sir, are truly a moron, because you think that working with someone you find admirable is more of a reason to do something than it being a genre you like. If anything, you're equal to the people you appear to be condescending to, and that's my issue. My issue is you think you are intellectually superior because you tied your hopes and dreams to a person rather than a genre. And that's fucking stupid.
Stunter S. Thompson. I like how you worked it down to just Marvel fans so you didn't shit on the people signing your checks. And Mark Maron replied, not that big of a check, day rate. It was really just the op to work with De Niro, but I get your misunderstanding.
What the essence of what he was getting at there is it's hypocritical for you to shit on comic book movies and then be in one.
Yeah.
Under whatever pretext you like, but it is still hypocritical. You do have to defend your apparent hypocrisy, even if you do have even if there are extraneous variables, you need to demonstrate those extraneous variables. Given that you apparently have very, very strong opinions on superhero movies and comic book movies, and you really think that they are negative or destructive for Hollywood, Mark. And lest we forget, Mark, that you have a minor role in said movie, which means you probably didn't get all that much time with De Niro. But you're still going to proclaim from your high horse like you have the fucking authority to do so. Okay.
And that is the end of the article.
Maybe someday we will be able to get it through their heads that comic book movies and superhero movies aren't an inferior kind of art and that they're just as valuable as any other kind of art. I really hope I live to see that day. I hope
to make a movie that I hope to make a comic book movie that makes them think that.
You know what? I honestly hope that Joker is that movie. I hope that Joker is the movie that wins a comic book movie Best Picture and wins Joaquin Phoenix Best Actor, and everyone can finally fucking get it through their heads that it doesn't matter what kind of art it is, it matters the quality of that art. Maybe.
Well, it's the Oscars, so probably not.
Well, given how much shit they took for not nominating a Joker the last time the Joker was a whirlwind masterclass in acting, they might be more inclined this time. And of course, the Academy likes to progress in turns for actors. So, given that Joaquin has been nominated 3 other times for various things and he hasn't won an Oscar yet, they might think that this is his time, especially if he does the monumental task of making them enjoy a comic book movie, given that most of them are predisposed to not liking them.
Whoever the fuck runs the Oscars are a bunch of fucking idiots. Just honestly, Oscars need to be put up to public vote.
Yes. And granted, the public are occasionally very, very stupid, but
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I feel like there are more intelligent people when it comes to liking movies.
Yeah. I also think that this is something that baffles me. People that vote for the Oscars are not required to watch all the movies they're voting for.
Don't get me started. Like, 'cause I know like animated movies, like the guys who vote for that shit mostly have their kids watch them and have the kids tell them what they thought of the movie.
Yeah, like if you're essentially doing an opinion poll, then you should at least be required to have an informed opinion on that thing. Bare minimum, if you're ranking the quality of movies, you should have to actually watch movies. Just like if you were rating paintings, I would require you to look at some goddamn paintings.
Not modern paintings though, because they're fucking stupid.
Well, no, but I'm saying that if there was some painting equivalent of the Oscars, and the people voting on those paintings hadn't actually looked at the fucking things, I would be nonplussed. Just
Right.
as I am nonplussed for comic book or for people whose job it is to apparently rate the quality of movies, not having to watch all the movies that are at least the final nominees, at least. Like like because narrowing it down to, well, actually no, you would have to watch all the nominees, all the potential nominees first, because if you haven't seen the movie, how do you know it's not worthy of being one of the final nominees? So yeah, if a movie is nominated for the Oscars, the people voting for the Oscars best be watching it.
Honestly, I just don't like the Oscars on the fact that I don't need someone to fucking tell me what's good and not in terms of filmmaking and stuff.
Well, okay, but I support the Oscars in theory, because the things that are good deserve to be exalted for being good.
Right. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just on the fact that I don't really believe that they really care.
And that kind of goes back to my point. Like, so many movie executives, and this goes to the wider sort of failing of Hollywood in general. So many movie executives don't actually watch the movies their studios are tied to, and that utterly baffles me. How the fuck are you supposed to know how other people feel about a thing if you don't even understand how you feel about a thing? Like, if you can't empathize with the experience of watching a movie, then how are you supposed to figure out what makes a movie work or not? And this might be just theoretically academic if it weren't for the fact that very obviously many studios have no idea what they're fucking doing. And a
Most of
large
the
part of
time,
a large part of the reason why they have no idea what they're fucking doing is because they don't consume their own product, and they don't bother to understand their own product. With the obvious exception of the one person who we know watches his own product, and that's Kevin Feige. And surprise, surprise, he's the most successful producer in Hollywood right now. Almost like people who make movies should actually, I don't know, like movies or something.
yeah, for me it's weird because I have a hard time watching my own work because I know that for some
You,
reason,
you,
I
you
always paint.
notice all the little mistakes, and you notice all the issues.
Yeah, so it'd be hard for me to watch my own stuff.
Yeah. But if it's your job to oversee like a billion-dollar company who hires 1,000 people every year, and whose jobs and livelihoods are tied to that company, you might, like, at that point I'm just like, you need to get over this at this point, like, because when hundreds of hundreds or thousands of people's jobs are on the line, and also profit of like investors and shareholders and everything else, you have a job to do. And the fact that so many people in Hollywood are just not doing it really goes a long way to explain why the fuck Hollywood is in the shithole that it is currently in.
Incompetent dickwads.
Yes. Well, not quite incompetent, because incompetence implies an attempt to make the effort.
Okay, right.
Absentee dickwads.
Doesn't have the same ringtone though.
It doesn't, but yeah, you fell asleep at the wheel. You're flying a plane with no pilot here, basically, and you're wondering why it's careening into the fucking mountainside.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a whole nother rant for another day. We're gonna have to do a Oscar related rant. I have a feeling this coming time.
When the next Oscars roll around, maybe.
Okay, okay. This is what I'll do. If The Joker, the movie that we've basically been championing since the first trailer came out, gets nominated for anything Oscar-wise, we'll watch the Oscars to essentially root for it.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Do you think we'll have to do a live stream or something, like where it's just us watching?
Yeah, why not do like a Oscar watch party, or at least post Oscars we can do like a commentary stream. like our thoughts on the Oscars 2020, or would it be 2020? I think it would be 2020 because actually, fuck it. When are the Oscars?
I'm gonna look that up because I know you can't do anything on the phone.
Yeah.
2020 Oscars. February 9th, 2020.
Okay, so yeah, it would be the Oscars of 2020. But yeah, I want Joker to be nominated for best picture and best actor if it deserves it. From what I've seen of people's reactions to it, I think it deserved it. And from what I've seen of all of the promotional material, I think it's going to deserve it. And from what I know of Joaquin Phoenix, I know he's probably going to deserve it.
Even if the movie itself does suck, I have no doubt that he is going to give it a good performance.
And most of the reactions that I have seen have said, not only did he do a good job as usual, but this is a quote career-making role for him.
Huh.
And given the awesomeness of his other roles, that's saying something.
So why couldn't he have been Doctor Strange?
You knew it was coming, didn't you?
I just knew it, bud. I knew you were gonna say it at some point. I was thinking, is he gonna say it? Is he gonna say it? I know he's gonna say it, but I might as well steal his thunder.
I wasn't actually going to say it this time. I was going to save it for our inevitable post-Joker review stream. Because I have a feeling that he's going to be playing exactly the kind of tragic character that he would have been playing in Doctor Strange, and I'm going to be left with the notion of, we could have had this in Doctor Strange, and instead we got stuck with Cumberbatch. Why?
Someday, dude, you're gonna have to let that go.
When they make a movie worthy of the character, I will consider letting it go. Until then, fuck off.
Right. Okay. Right. I have something to talk about from the Mary Sue article. I'm not gonna bring it up again because I don't want to see that garbage anymore.
Right.
Well, I was gonna bring up the fact, about that most people don't care about the sexuality character. It's more of the character itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, well, Dalton, I'm just gonna ask: do you know any worst examples to start off, and then we can go with best examples and things like that?
Worst examples of gay characters.
I'm sure there are a few.
Well, Marvel's redo of Spider-Man, or not Spider-Man, but Iceman has been
By Sina Grace, right?
yeah, clusterfuck of biblical proportions.
I gotta ask: was it insultingly bad, or was it just bad?
I felt insulted, and I know Corrupt felt insulted. I can't speak for anyone else.
Okay. So yeah,
but as far as I am aware, it is about as insulting as it is. Actually, no, I can speak for one other person. I know of a YouTuber called Unicornalicious who is gay, and he often makes the joke, it's as though they thought I needed a manual on how to be gay.
wow.
Yeah. So yeah, it was extreme. Yeah, they did the stereotypically effeminate gay guy character, and it annoyed me to no end. It annoyed me further because he should have just been bisexual, because of course Bobby Drake has been courting women for the last 50 goddamn years.
Yep.
But that's my usual learn to count, you stupid bitches.
Mm-hmm.
1 + 1 = 2.
Actually, it is funny that you bring up bisexual. I want to say Korra from Legend of Korra.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was played straight throughout most of the series, right?
Yeah.
Then at the end of the series of Legend of Korra, she and Asami,
yeah,
get together. The end of the series, there they don't. Granted, there was probably build up with that relationship within the series, even though it's very subtle. and stuff. It's just she has never been really shown to have any other interests besides boys and stuff. It's like the same thing with Aqualad with Young Justice Outsiders. I'm fine with the character being like that and stuff. It's just you have to at least make an attempt to have people. You have to make an attempt to at least try and explain that they liked girls or guys first, and then discover they also like.
At the very least, though, that wasn't the traditional Aqualad, so they get some
Right,
pass.
right. I got no problem. Well, actually, I still don't have a problem because, again, like in the previous two series, he wasn't shown to have any interest in guys besides his like friends or anything. So,
But then again, he didn't really have much of an interest in anyone
yeah,
because he was always the stereotypically serious one. So if you're gonna get away with something like that, like retconning it and quote unquote hiding something like that, then doing it with the serious character who has no sexual interest in anyone does kind of make sense.
well, he had a girlfriend. He had a girlfriend in the series.
They did a similar thing with have you ever seen the movie Paranorman?
Yeah.
They did a similar thing with the gay jock character in that, because throughout the movie he's kind of aloof and ignores Courtney, Norman's older sister, and initially you just chalk it up to, well, he's an oblivious jock and a meathead, but it turns out as the closing bit of dialogue from him confirms, it's not because he's aloof to her, it's because he has a boyfriend who apparently likes chick flicks.
Huh. More power to you, I guess.
Yeah.
I can never really stand chick flicks just because they're kind of tacky, I guess.
It depends on them. I personally like chick flicks as well, which of course made me mentally ship myself and Mitch when I first watched Paranorman.
No, it's just I don't know. Whenever I try to watch a chick flick, it just I don't know. It doesn't. I never really get into it.
Again, you might just be picking the wrong ones. What ones have you seen?
I haven't watched a chick flick in years, so I don't remember.
Well, Devil Wears Prada was okay. Julie and Julia is probably my favorite. Because it's like a historical piece, and it's based on a true story. 27 Dresses I like. When in Rome I like. But When in Rome is extremely cheesy, so I wouldn't start with that one if you're not a fan of chick flicks. You Got Mail is okay.
Right.
Kate and Leopold is pretty good, and that one has Hugh Jackman in it before he got famous.
When was he ever not famous? Is the question.
For quite a while, actually, because Hugh Jackman was not famous for very, like, before Wolverine, he was not really a known actor. It was his.
I was making a joke. Clearly, it did not land.
Yeah, no, your sarcasm just came off as an honest question. But
send me a list via DMs, and I will try and check them out.
I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm just saying there are some good ones that you might be overlooking.
Probably. But wait, okay, so I gotta ask, was Mitch, like, was that bad example or a good example?
Of a gay character?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't really spend much time on it, which I suppose is fine.
Granted, we're talking about a movie that was talking about like the afterlife and kids talking to ghosts and zombies and stuff. So
yeah, so the fact that retrograde fundamentalist Christians did get triggered over it kind of makes me laugh, because showing a kid a movie about guy talking to the or a kid talking to the dead and zombies and uh framing witch hunts as bad is totally fine, but you mix a gay character in there and gasp shock horror.
That happened.
It's huh?
That happened.
What?
The fundamentalist Christian thing.
Oh, it was a thing. It was such a thing
Wow.
for a while.
I just watched the movie and enjoyed it. It's a good movie.
Yeah, and the funny thing about it all is that if you remember the movie, you remember the main theme of the movie was tolerance uh and how we basically make people into villains when we don't understand them. And right on cue, what did the fucking retrograde conservative fundamentalist Christians do? This is a great movie, except for the gay character it has in it. Guys, you're saying this about a movie whose main theme was literally tolerating the different and accepting the different.
Yep.
Fail.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so we gave a couple of bad examples. Mostly it was just changing a character that was. First one was obviously changing a character who's been canonically gay for a very long time, or not gay, but straight.
Into a gay character.
Yeah,
And
and
another example similar to that, although it was much better handled than Iceman was with Willow in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
right.
She actually had a straight relationship with Oz for the first, I want to say, 3 seasons, and then around season 5, she gets with Tara, and I wouldn't have a problem with it if they made her bisexual, but for all intents and purposes, Willow turned gay. There's literally a line of dialogue where Anya is worried about Willow taking Xander away from her, and Willow's response is, "Hello, I'm gay now," as though that's an obvious thing.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, it's kind of a stupid line there.
Yeah. Very, 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 very stupid.
Right. Though I would say she's still a pretty good character.
Yeah, no, it doesn't change Willow as a character by any stretch of the imagination. Willow is still my favorite character in the goddamn show, especially post Dark Willow arc. God damn it, do I love the Dark Willow arc.
Honestly, I would say Xander in Buffy at least.
That Xander's not gay.
No, just in general, I guess.
Oh, as your favorite character?
Yeah, of Buffy. But okay, but yeah, honestly, I can't think of a lot of good gay characters because I haven't seen a lot of good gay characters.
Yeah, there is not a great degree of them.
That's just
unfortunately.
Yeah, which is a shame, honestly.
Well, it is, but then again, in this cultural climate where every minority character is a pawn on the representation chessboard, I would rather just prefer to be ignored, honestly. Like rather than create a bunch of effeminate gay hipstery characters, just ignore the existence of the gays for a little bit. Speaking as a bisexual person, just ignore us until you get this fucking ideology out of your system, and then by all means start representing us again.
I know a lot of times in stories lesbians have populated them. I'm trying to think of one there, but again, it's hard to remember because honestly, I've never noticed stuff like that in storytelling. I've mostly just read it for the good stories and stuff.
They did a good job with John Constantine's relationship with Desmond on Legends of Tomorrow, I thought.
Oh, I believe you're forgetting one obvious one when they mentioned the last couple of days. Hulkling
Hulkling
and
and Wiccan,
yeah.
who are best couple in the Marvel universe, as far as I'm concerned. They are.
Would you like to go a little further in that, just so we this is context, I guess.
Well, Wiccan is the manufactured child of Scarlet Witch, who she conjures with magic.
Hmm.
He's a twin of Speed, who is a magical clone, essentially, of her brother Quicksilver. Hulkling is the child of the Super Skrull and a Kree. So he has the powers of both a Skrull and a Kree. And the reason why he's called Hulkling is because he has a quite great degree of superhuman strength, which basically makes him the surrogate Hulk for the Young Avengers. The adorable thing is, for a while, it was just it was kind of played as a bromance until they got close enough to where it became flirting, and then several months in real time after the flirting, they finally became a couple, and they are just really, really romantic with each other. Unfortunately, around that same time, they stopped really paying attention to or using the characters, and that annoys me to no fucking end, because they are adorable.
Yeah, it seems like kind of a waste of opportunity because both characters seem. It seems like a lot of story potential you could do with those characters.
Yeah, and of course, it appeals to me directly because it is my sort of ideal relationship. Because of course, Wiccan is a very bookish character who relies more on the use of knowledge and magic, whereas Hulkling is very physically inclined and very athletic. So
Yeah, I mean, you really gotta think for jobs.
yes, yeah. Well, it's more because I am extremely nerdy, so I'm looking for someone to balance myself, essentially.
Yeah, I get that. Um, yeah, I feel so bad that I can't remember a character because I know I've read a few characters that are gay. I just can't think of them. It's like on the tip of my tongue, and I feel bad that I can't do it.
Well, I mean, there's John Constantine, who is badass.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to think of others that you haven't mentioned. Dalton. It's just, God, my mind's going blank. You ever try to remember something and it just gets further.
Right. But to be fair, I used up all the most convenient examples.
Right. Well, the only characters I can really think of are the ones that I came up with.
Well, good. At least you'll make up for completely blanking on this by actually writing some good gay
Well, okay, you gotta keep in mind that I never really cared about the whole sexuality thing. It's just,
Yeah,
you love who you love.
it's a thing, basically. And in fairness, that is the appropriate way to go about doing it.
Yeah.
Like for example, with Hulkling and Wiccan, they were extremely competent heroes before the whole "we like each other and we're both dudes" thing happened.
Okay, so I'll give you two ones. One I have written about. One I'm still working on, though. I think the second one might be a little more interesting than the first one, just on the fact that there's a lot more story potential with the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the first one is kind of my speedster character, my
Okay.
Flash. I think I've mentioned that character once or twice before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Former thief who was a thief in general just to support his mother who had like a type of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and basically, the first character arc of that character is to learn to stop running away from your problems.
A speedster who runs away from his problems. That's I see what you did there. Meta.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't really think of that.
That stuns me that didn't pop in your head.
Well, no, it's just it was more. I guess in a way, just thematically made sense on the fact that he was. I mean, he had responsibilities in school and stuff, and he just kind of ran away from those to focus solely on his mother.
Okay, so it is your spin on the Flash in more ways than one. Then
Yeah, I mean, he was a track runner and had potential to go like to the Olympics or something, maybe.
before he got his powers.
Yeah, before he got his powers, he was a track runner and stuff.
That's smart. I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Um,
this is a pet peeve of mine. And I know there are reasons for doing it. So there are obviously counterexamples, but it annoys me when you give a character who whose whole character aside from their powers is basically the absence of those powers, like powers that contradict themselves. Like when you give someone who's extremely weak super strength, or when you give someone slow super speed or something. It annoys me because, in my opinion, powers should be an extension of who you already are as a person rather than a contravention of it.
I think sometimes it can work, but I also do agree. I think sometimes there has to be a coinciding way for like complement the person. I guess is what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
It doesn't make sense for someone who's 5'2" to have super strength, and it doesn't make sense for someone who can't fucking run. But like, it wouldn't make sense for someone disabled to have super speed because we're slow. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Um,
But
I also dislike when people give powers to disabled characters to basically erase their disability.
like
It's one
shapeshifting.
it's one of my biggest issues with or it was in the comics one of my biggest issues with Freddie Freeman, the fact that that was basically his only character. The movie version is great, and I absolutely adore that character. So the movie version excluded, but
Right.
Freddie as a character fucking annoys me
Okay.
in the comics.
Well, I mean, do you have anything else to add before I kind of continue on?
No, you can go ahead. Sorry I interrupted with my.
No, I think it was kind of needed. We might do that for an offstage soliloquy on like the whole powers thing.
Yeah.
Be an interesting topic of discussion, but essentially, okay, but yeah. So, and for the first like month or first couple of weeks or first week of his powers, again, he used it to steal from banks and stuff. Because no one could catch him or see him.
Right. Shades of Spider-Man there. If you have power, use it for your own good until something horrible happens, and then oh my god, power and responsibility.
Well, again, you have to keep in mind that he's doing all that to support his ailing mother.
Yeah. So yeah, there's justification. I'm just seeing parallels, and I can't speak.
Hey, Dawn, you're getting a little far away.
Okay. Is this better?
Yeah, you're good. I was just sound a little like in the distance, but
Okay. Apparently, like just leaning back is enough to give the mic fit. But the reason why it intrigues me is because that is how most of us would use that kind of power. Let's be honest. If we were given, like, if I was given, like, just say for as an example, telepathy, I would be using it to read people's minds and for my own benefit all the fucking time.
yeah. So, and then he meets like a superhero who kind of mentors him to help him fight this other villain who, ironically enough, doesn't want to run away from anything. He stands up to every person who's ever tried to fight him or anything. So again, it's like an interesting parallel with that story as kind of an origin. Because usually it's the complete opposite parallel between them,
Mm-hmm.
But also, I was thinking in this second kind of story for that character was that he also ran away from his relationship when his mother was passing away. And yeah, it was that's kind of like the first one. It doesn't matter that he's gay or not, but the second one kind of might sort of focuses on it that
Hmm.
he's trying to reconnect from
Hmm.
running away with that person he had loved.
Hmm.
So yeah, he ultimately he does have someone he loves, and it is another dude, and it's just treated as a regular relationship,
Hmm.
if anything. I mean, the way I would have had it work, obviously, is that the the speedster is kind of trying to make amends, try and get the guy back.
Right. Um. So your speedster does have like a significant other then.
Well, he used to, but he broke things off when
Hmm.
his mother was
Ah.
um,
What's his significant other like, or don't you really know yet?
um I had a few ideas. Mainly, well, I do have them technically set in high school.
Yeah.
Mainly, I thought of having him be another jock, in a sense, like he's maybe football or something,
Hmm.
and they kind of have that in common, and that's kind of how their relationship sprouted.
Hmm.
And
Obviously, I think I would go the other way. Like maybe he saves someone who was getting picked on or something. But that's just that might be me
oh,
inserting my preferred relationship into things.
well, okay. The thing is that you have to keep in mind that the speedster was a track star, and his boyfriend was a football player or something like that. Uh, Another one was going to be like his boyfriend was a med student.
Hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to flesh that part out, but mainly I was focused on the speedster's own personal journey.
Right. Because yeah, I'm curious because it's a gay character and I'm
Yeah, I understand. And
interested
when I
in
have
it.
that part fully fleshed out, I'll let you know and like read a little bit of it, obviously.
Yeah.
The second character, one I think I've kind of developed most in my head.
Hmm.
Um, Essentially, okay, so it's a bisexual character. Just to start off.
Okay.
I mean, first off, I am going to start with her. Okay, it's a chick. Um, uh, God, this origin though, it's gonna. I don't know how you're gonna feel about this. I mean, like it's an interesting origin. It's and stuff.
Go
Um,
for it.
yeah. Okay. So this character was a former child prostitute.
Hmm.
She was born to an absentee father and a junkie mother. Her junkie mother died, and she still had to pay off a debt for her junkie mother. So she was. Even before that, she was still a child prostitute. I think.
So kind of similar to Katie from The Magicians.
Um, I, I don't remember the. Huh. I don't remember. I don't remember the magicians. That now I feel bad too about that.
Hmm.
It's been a while since I've seen it. Like, keep in mind, I saw the first season when it first came out. It's like what?
Right. Well, the first or have they up? I think the first three seasons are on Netflix. So if you get it back, then you can binge.
Yeah, yeah. But she is saved by a police officer who becomes Reaper down the line. She's basically, the Batman of my universe. Down the line, she becomes technically the Robin to his Batman.
Okay. Yeah.
She is trained and stuff. She has a relationship with what I would classify as the Spider-Man of my universe for a while.
Hmm.
Yeah, I have I take characters from all different universes.
Well, of course, you have a Spider-Man analog. Just like if I were to design superhero universe, the majority of them would be magic users.
Yeah. It's just because I don't want to reveal his name or that character's name or anything. Just yet, because I'm still working on that character and I don't want people to steal it. So.
Right.
But that character. So yeah, she has that relationship. It's an okay relationship, so for a while, but she does ultimately break off because it's just they're both heroes and they're always busy and they live technically in two different cities and stuff. So long distance never really works out.
Understandable.
Yeah. Then she kind of starts to develop feelings for this female character. Again, I knew I was going to make this character bisexual. I haven't gone that far yet. And she starts having a good relationship with that character and stuff. And ultimately, the character who was a former child prostitute, who was also bisexual, becomes the kind of Batwoman by the end of her journey. Takes over the mantle of her mentor.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, granted, she has to go kind of through the character arcs of trusting people and believing in.
As you would if you had a very, very dark
childhood.
Childhood.
Yeah, and she goes through the character arcs of trusting people and having faith in humanity, and just ultimately trying to be not. Because I think one of her major character flaws is that she acts like a brat as a defense mechanism to not seem weak or pathetic to people. Because again, you have to keep in mind that she was forced into a life of prostitution, and used by various different, a large number of various different people in ways that I will not describe, but I'll leave up to the imagination, which is often worse.
Yeah.
So you can understand why she's always standoffish and just acts like a piece of shit towards others. But does try to be better. And I'm sorry, Dalton, please.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, like you said, Dalton. My whole thing is characters when it comes to writing. That's where I excel at.
Yeah.
And like the whole sexuality thing or minority or whatever the fuck SJWs focus mainly on. That's just I don't know, a topping or something.
Yeah.
You don't need it, but it's there.
Well, I mean, sometimes you might need it, but it shouldn't be the central part of your character.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I would be a significantly different person if I weren't bi. This I know. But is it the main thrust of my personality? Hell no. Is it the main thrust of my romantic life? You bet your ass. But
yeah,
that's a whole other story.
Yeah, but ultimately, I always try to judge people on themselves and not really their, things that basically make them up. Well, okay. I do judge people on what makes them up, but I mostly judge on how those things have shaped and formed that person into the one I'm meeting now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you necessarily judge people on the things that make them up so much as you become aware of those things. Like,
yeah.
You make mental notes of the fact that, okay, this person is this person is that. But it's not, you're not making a moral judgment on people for those qualities.
Yeah, never really morally judge people. Okay, the most basic bitch of like the most basic bitch of watering it down. Don't be an asshole to me, and I won't be an asshole to you.
Yeah.
Basically, that's how I judge people.
Fair position, and one that I mostly share. I am a staunch individualist. I do not care about collectives. What I care about are individual. Like, okay, you remember? I think it was yesterday when I was telling you about how I was starting to do some research on dark magic because I realized that I was unnecessarily afraid of it.
Yes.
I found a guy who's an expert in that. That despite him being a black magician, a self-described black magician, by the way, I'm not projecting things onto him. He self-identifies as it. He seemed like a genuinely cool dude that I could easily get along with, and through most of his videos, he seems to actually know his shit. Where I disagree with him is the whole working with demons on the regular thing. And if anything, I would ask him, would he judge someone who doesn't dabble in those kind of things, or that doesn't dabble in those kinds of things exclusively? Because even if I was to examine dark magic, I'm not going to become a straight up black magician, because in all honesty, that kind of primal animalistic shit is kind of just primitive and stupid in my opinion. Like, there's nothing a demon could offer me that is worth my soul, because as a magic user, I know how to use my soul, and I kind of need it for things, not just for being human, but also for the thing that I do that is one of the defining characteristics of my life. I've never understood that temptation to sell your soul, because it's like, aren't you gonna kind of want that at some point? Especially if you're a magic user, like the manipulation of life energy is literally the definition of magic. So you kind of need life energy to manipulate, and if you just sell it to somebody, sure, they might give you surface level power for it, but A, you could develop those powers on your own without being indebted, and B, it's only going to be a fraction of what you could have achieved otherwise.
Yeah. But yeah, just kind of to bring it all back is that don't judge people based on like their sexuality, their skin color, or whatever. Judge them on them as people.
Yeah.
Mainly when I just like how I mean, it doesn't really help that every time I meet someone or talk to someone, they end up being a fucking asshole.
Yeah, you, sir, have had what Annie refers to as a hard knock life. And now that song is going to be stuck in my head the rest of the night. But oh well.
Uh-huh.
It's a hard knock life. Fuck.
Think of another song that you actually want to hear.
No, I'm just gonna let it play. Honestly, I brought it on myself, but yeah. I hope someday you find a group of people that don't treat you like an asshole, and you can actually trust. I appreciate that I'm like beyond the doesn't treat you like an asshole list.
I mean, we're kind of both assholes, but no.
Yeah. But you know, in a way that kind of complements each other. Birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah. Right, comic recommendations. I unfortunately did not. I had gotten new comics 2 days ago, but I have not read them, and I'm still reading the Sandman Volume 2. So
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know if I've recommended this before, but seeing as Dark Crystal Age of Resistance came out,
I think you recommended it last week.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. I mean, you can recommend it again. That's fine. I'm just.
Yeah. yeah, but the Dark Crystal comics are very good, and the show appears to be adapting stuff from them. So
Actually,
yay for
it's funny
continuity.
it's actually funny that you brought up because when I went to get the comics, they actually had them. Like I saw them on like the
That's
bottom rack.
impressive.
Yes, I saw them on the bottom rack.
That's extremely impressive, considering the Dark Crystal comics are fairly rare, and I've not seen them places.
It might be new. It might be new Dark Crystal comics, but my point still stands.
Well, it also might be that the person who runs the shop stocked them because they knew Age of Resistance was coming out, and they figured people might want to know stuff about Dark Crystal.
Maybe.
So yeah, because like I remember around my birthday when we went to one of our local shops, the guy had a bunch of Alan Moore books out, and Swamp Thing was there, volume 1 of Swamp Thing, and it impressed me until I remembered that the Swamp Thing show had just come out. So of course he's gonna stock the Swamp Thing comic.
Right.
Not complaining though, of course, because I got my Swamp Thing, and that's good.
Yeah. But do you have anything else? I mean, like I could give people the list of things I got, and I'm going to read over the week.
I don't know if I've ever recommended Dick Tracy.
I did actually. I had gotten a few comics, like a little mini series from IDW, where it places Dick Tracy kind of in the real world, kind of.
Mhm.
It's like
Yeah.
it's still his world, but it's where he has to face certain things, like um, kind of the moral grayness of certain things.
Let me see. Oh, I don't know if I've ever recommended the current run of Hawkman on here. I should fix that because Hawkman is good.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things. Um, I've heard like one person say it's like Indiana Jones of DC comics.
Yeah. Uh, what Hawkman is good at is taking the run is good at is taking bits and pieces from Hawkman's history and sort of blending them together well. Which retcons are very, very hard to do, and they are very, very, very easy to fuck up. So all the more power to Tomasi, I believe, is the person who's writing the current run of Hawkman.
And he's the one who wrote Super Sons, right?
I believe so, yes, and he is good at the things.
And he was also the previous writer of Superman before Bendis.
Don don don.
Right. Okay, so I'm just gonna give a list of things I'm gonna be reading over the week. Mainly just the comics I gotten and the Swamp Thing, not Swamp Thing, Sandman, Neil Gaiman, Dollhouse Volume 2.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
Sandman.
Doll's House is the name of the second volume. Each volume is named something else. Volume 1 is Preludes and Nocturnes. Volume 2 is Doll's House. Volume 3 is Season of Mist, I think. I don't remember most of the other titles.
Also, I had gotten a couple comics from my shop. Okay, so first one is called Neon Future. I had seen a comic, not a comic, but a video talking about it, and made me interested. Apparently, the a famous DJ is responsible for like I don't know publishing it or something. Steve Aoki. I know he's like a. Actually, I'm gonna check. I am going to look it up just to make sure I'm right. Just because I might be wrong, but. Yeah, he is a DJ. Yeah, he's a DJ. He's a DJ. He also apparently has a foundation that supports organization in brain science and research areas with a specific focus on regenerative medicine and brain preservation.
Okay, this guy sounds like a very interesting person, and this is making me want to buy his book.
He has a comic. Okay.
Yeah. Comic books are a kind of book, folks.
Yeah, sometimes I forget that.
Well, I mean, I think it's
Well, it's
better
just,
to
for me, it's how I define it. It's like often when I think of a book, I think of like a hard kind of cover with like
yeah,
pages of
prose.
words and stuff. I call a comic book a comic, obviously for short reasons, and
Yeah.
it just
Although at some point I'm gonna have to show you my collection of omnibuses because some of the omnibuses I have are really nice hardcover, leather bound books. And
right. Yeah.
beautiful.
I have actually seen a few omnibuses before. Um, they are nice. But yeah. So just kind of continue on. Neon Future. I have not read it yet. The cover art looks good. So I'm not sure about the. Not really sure about the obviously the inside. I'm a little worried about that, as I often am with that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
I have a reprint of Marvel. Yeah, I bought a Marvel comic. Surprise, surprise, folks.
Hmm.
But it is a reprint of Howard the Duck, first issue.
Ooh, fun.
$4.
Speaking of ducks, and I got reminded of this recently when Englentine did a video on a character from DuckTales called Magic of the Spell, because Chrononaut had commissioned it for my birthday. Um, the DuckTales cartoon that most people are familiar with, both versions of it, are based on comics because Disney used to do comics, and those are good. And
Remember that? I remember that. That was cool.
yeah, and you can get them in trade paperback form and omnibus form. So go and do that because if you're a Disneyphile like me and Anglantine, then by all means go and do that.
I don't know how I feel about Disney these days.
Yes, the whole Lovecraftian Leviathan that's going to swallow all of culture whole is a bit
In all honesty, Disney can suck my dick right now.
it's a bit conflicting because
Yeah,
of the whole owns the world thing there.
but looking at the cover, and I'm assuming that the art's going to be the same in the cover because I believe back then the same guys who did the art on the inside did the covers as well.
Usually,
Yeah,
usually.
it looks fucking good. He does look like a well. I believe I watched Comic Book Man once, which was a good show, and I think it got canceled or something.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, those guys.
Even more of a shame because it was replaced by Robert Kirkman's Secret History of Comics, which is a shit show because it doesn't accurately portray comic book history.
I
Speaking of that, while I'm recommending things, if anyone within the sound of my voice has not seen a documentary called Comic Book Superheroes Unmasked, watch it. It is an excellent rundown of comic book history and will make you have a serious love for the golden age of comics, as you should.
right. But yeah, Howard the Duck. He doesn't have his iconic red uh, dress jacket. He looks like basically Donald Duck, but with a cigar in his mouth.
Quack.
Quack quack, bitches.
And
Yeah, I gotta write a character who says that.
then does like different variations on it, like clack, like sees a Samuel L. Jackson movie and then he goes, quack, motherfucking quack.
Yeah, something like that. He would be a very comedic character. I know it. Like that. But yeah, okay.
Actually, you could make that Trips catchphrase. Like when he's doing some kind of over the top scheme, that could be his catchphrase. Or like when he makes his dramatic when he makes like a over the top entrance or something. He comes in and just goes crack crack bitches.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. He's kind of a psycho. He's basically Heath Ledger's Joker. So I don't know.
I'll be curious if post Joaquin Phoenix Joker you'll start folding in aspects of him into
Oh,
Trip.
keep in mind, again, I'm trying to pull in all aspects of different Jokers, not just from film, obviously, but from also comics and stuff. And
Yeah.
it's hard to do that on the fact that I also wanted to be his own character.
Yeah.
So, right. Okay. So that because I had bought 4 comics. One is called Battle Cats. And again, I'm gonna look up Battle Cat.
I thought you recommended that one already.
No, it was radically rearranged Ronin ragdolls, which was like a riff off of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Ah, shit, spelled it wrong. And then there's a game called the Battle Cats. Okay, it's from a comic company called Mad Cave Studios.
We're all mad here.
Wow. Oh
What?
shit. Oh no, it's just the art for these covers look fucking awesome.
Huzzah!
Like, I'm gonna pull this up because I feel like it needs to be mentioned. Ta-da!
It's still loading for me, but
Ah.
I'm sure they can see it.
Yeah, it is a legitimately good art. It kind of has a anime-esque style to it.
Cool.
Oh,
I'll have to look at it when I rewatch this. I actually usually rewatch these a couple of times, so I'll have to look at it when I'm rewatching because my connection is being a bitch again and not actually it looks like it's buffering when in actuality I'm sure it's on screen by now.
yeah. But I like the art. It's and it has a description of the story here and apparently I have volume 2 of a 6-issue series. I'm gonna have to, if I like the first issue and I start collecting the next issues, I'm gonna have to start looking for the, well, apparently it's already published and stuff because apparently the first series came out last year. All right, so Battle Cats is an original medieval fantasy comic created by Mark London. The story is set in Veldaria, a majestic world shaped by its rich history and diverse feline cultures. Led by Kelthan of Stormholt, the Battle Cats are an elite team of warriors sworn to protect the throne against the forces of evil bent on destroying Valdaria's traditions and ideal.
So I guess they're more than just a bunch of catty bitches. I feel like if you had your soundboard open, that would have been a cricket chirp.
Yeah, probably. Now an enemy is rising, an evil army is being forged like nothing the world has seen before. With them, this new evil brings doubt upon the crown, but worst of all, it brings the power of a menacing god. Will Valdaria be able to survive a war that no one was prepared for? This is only the beginning.
Very interesting sounding very interesting sounding premise. I will have to look into it. But is that where we're going to end it for this
Well,
evening?
I also have another one from Guardian Knight Studios, William the Last Shadows of the Crown by Brian Shear. That name sounds familiar.
It does, but I can't place from where.
Okay, so American author. Well, actually, hold on. Apparently, the guy has a Twitter, but he's done
An
some.
author, an author in this day and age that doesn't have a Twitter?
Well, no,
Maybe
he does have a Twitter.
Okay.
Comic creator of Gunship, Thunder Punch, and William the Last. I've also done G.I. Joe, Transformers, Doctor Who, and other stuff. Wait a minute.
Why am I getting such massive deja vu?
Wait a
I
minute.
feel like
I think I've seen like a campaign for Gunship, Thunder Punch.
which is an awesome title for basically anything.
Yeah. Does he follow anyone? No, followers. 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 Oh, Rags apparently follows him.
That might explain where we know him from.
So he might actually be a good author then. Oh, Clownfish TV also follows him.
That would explain that then.
Mm-hmm. Just looking at.
Anyway, shall we call it? It's almost almost one.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm gonna call it. So we want to thank everyone, folks. Hopefully next week I will have a good amount of recommendations for you. I'm actually kind of looking forward mostly to reading Neon Future, just based on the guy Steve Aoki.
Yeah, it sounds like a very interesting. It sounds like a very interesting individual, and very interesting individuals tend to make very interesting things.
Well, he didn't write it; he's presenting it, like I guess publishing it or something. But the fact that there is a musician out there that has a foundation that is looking into like brain research and stuff like that, it's really cool and interesting.
Seems like a good background for an actual superhero character, honestly.
A DJ who also works a foundation to help people.
I feel like he would have like some kind of neurotechnological superpowers or something.
I don't know. For some reason I was thinking sound. I don't know why sound.
Well, if he was like an audio engineer, that would make sense, I guess. But my thinking is like he got gifted with telepathic powers from some neuroscience accident, and now he works as a mild mannered DJ in his free time while acting.
Dalton has apparently vanished. Well, folks, I am going to call. Hello, Dalton.
Yeah, that was fucking weird. My Wi-Fi cut out. Is all that happened there.
Okay.
But it seems like a good backstory for a superhero character or something.
I agree. And hopefully, maybe next week we'll do a little more research into Steve Aoki, just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we want to thank you, folks, whoever you are watching this. Yeah, no. Thank you for watching. See you next week. Well, actually, we are doing. Well, we didn't miss anything this week, so that's good. So no one shot. So we're going to be doing offstage soliloquy again.
On
Um,
Thursday.
uh, well, actually on Friday because I moved it to Thursday because we had the one shot on Friday. So
Alrighty. So yeah.
so
We'll
just as a confirmation, folks. When we don't have one shots on Fridays, we'll have offstage soliloquy on Fridays.
that works.
Yeah.
So cheers, guys, and we will see you Friday and Sunday.
Auf Wiedersehen, aloha, sayonara, peace, goodbye, adios.
Cheers. Now fuck off.